As we are once again alive upon the internet. And holy hell, am I nasally? There's a little bit of blockage there, but I didn't realize that yet until I heard myself amplified there. But yeah, let's make sure that we're actually alive upon the internet, even nasally. Yeah, that's a bitrate and public, and set everything to that, and it's a category there. Title changed. Yeah, everything looks okay. And yeah, the plan, of course, for the day is PTS in a bit.
Safe area detected.
Once it's up, because I think it unlocks at 1, right? Actually, I mean, I don't have to think at all. We can go here, because there was one Central European summertime, right? Oh, actually, yeah, interesting. I restarted UbiConnect right before this. Well, I restarted my system actually, but including UbiConnect. Actually, I had preloaded it yesterday, and it's preloading again, or it's like downloading something again there. So maybe they did a final version of it. So maybe even because I had it already. But yeah, well, actually, we'll see if it's actually available to load in a bit. But I'm going to assume that at 1 is likely what we can get in. Although, let's actually see, because I could have actually checked in the category. Somebody's already in there. I don't think so yet. No. Because, yeah, let's do... We can already do some preppy, worky, thingy stuffy. As, yeah, well, we do have the patch notes ready. Let's actually go in here. Let's go all the way to the bottom. Yeah, let's make a copy of our starting multicalc. And we'll rename this 250425. All right. Yeah. And PTS TU24, right? Is this TU24? Year 7, Season 1. Yeah, because last time was TU23. So yeah. Although, well, I'm gonna actually like go over to just using the year thing as well that they're using. I'm just calling it year 7, season, whatever. Because they're trying to step off of the thing, so I might as well. Yeah, let's do some of the prep work already. We'll, because we have definitely a few talents to just double check like this. Also in there, we need to check several things on fixage. One of the things I realized actually after the stream was there's no patch notes for any rebalance at all. It's all new stuff things. I'm hoping there is some rebalancing stuff happened or something, but might see once we're in there. Because that'd be nice. Yeah, let's actually just make like a few of these and then kind of fix them up as well. You know what? I'm gonna actually, let's do this. I'm gonna kind of alter them just for later on as well, for when we turn it into a video format. Might as well have it looking good and kind of compact. Yeah, let's at least make 4 of these, and then maybe actually I do it like this. We'll leave two in between. So 1, 2. And I'm gonna actually hook up these to be all working with here. But that shouldn't be too hard because it is just 43. And 43. Reference broke. What? Why? Oh no, it's not 43. It's 41. Okay. So actually, I can copy this once we have this. Oh well, we can, just the 41 actually. This goes here as well over everything. Because honestly, having it all be tied to the top one is sometimes annoying for videos because we have to kind of scroll up and then come back and stuff. I know there's an editing the other one that can be kind of disorienting. So it's better for us to fix it up here. There's really no other good way as well to kind of have these be separated like that otherwise. So if we do 0, if we do 100, if we do 0, yeah. So those values change and those are done ones. Same happens here, but then 68. Not nice. Because at the very least, we need to check the new weapon talent and make sure that's actually weapon damage. Because also, it could be 87% just separate multiplier. Would not be the first time that something is mislabeled in there. But we'll see. And as well, we need to kind of look at Coyote versus the new mask, kind of. That'll be an interesting one as well. That new mask really will stand or fall depending on core and minor attributes. Like if it is full red, that actually is basically the new meta on a platter. Might also be a little bit much actually, but I'm also not against it because it is at least interesting. It forces, it inherently has trades off in it. Let's change all of these to 95. And all of these to 95. Okay. And let's ease this. You know what I should do actually? Let's maybe even do that, seeing as we've done this exact thing several times, but let me actually just double check that everything's working as intended. Okay. Same here. Because you know what? I'm going to make a copy of this. Because we've done this exact thing like twice before already. And we'll call this one. Hold on, actually, let's just take the name of this. What is this one called? Trash TPS multicolor. And then this is then multi-multical. There we go. Because then we have one that is like hooked up to 4. Anyway, it was 4. Build showcases and stuff, I use that anyway. And he did hit me, and I'm doing pretty okay. Although actually, I don't think I've slept enough. Got up pretty early. Went to bed also pretty late, so I'll need some sleep later in the day. But got my work stuff in. Let's actually, yeah. Well, while we're kind of prepping this, let's actually quit out the game here because we are past 1 o'clock. Will it let me play? No, not yet. Does it show anything here? No. Okay. Checking in UB connecting. We'll keep that just open on the other screen for my shelf. Let's already start preparing this. So this is actually, let's put this at the end here. So let's already put what we're gonna check with each one. So this is modifier. This is so we'll do now let's do here Pakan and Nibble Nibble holster, yeah, just the nibble. And then Tinkerer. Likely we'll need a whole thing for it. So yeah, those will be Tinkerer. And then these two really don't need anything calculated. Although, well, this is more of just side-by-siding it. I'm kind of interested in Ninja Bike with 2-piece this and Hunter's Fury. But yeah, especially Streamline. Let's Streamline. I know there's actually not that much here per se. That needs damage calculations and stuff. There's a lot of utility stuff. Let's make one for this as well. For Eminence Armaments. Also, I'm gonna hate that name already for whenever we have to do any of course I copied this for whenever we have to kind of actually like do videos with it or anything. Although I'm just gonna call it IA eventually, right? Like we're just gonna make it be that. Let me actually check in the category again once more. If anybody else is already like in PTS, maybe I need to restart my UB Connect, maybe. You know what, let's restart UB Connect anyway. Just to see if that helps in any way. Hey, he's nice. I mean, like, I'm not gonna say imminence armaments like 7 times in a row because I feel we're gonna just, you know, get a Timu Beetlejuice or something from there. Just, although it could be the chant that we use, you know, battle chant for if you're wearing it, just imminence armaments, imminence armaments. Okay, yeah. Reloading UB Connect. At least is letting me launch. So yeah, let's launch. Okay, it's doing the initial install things while it's doing that. Let's hook up this correctly because this is 122. 122. I'm gonna go and copy it again from somewhere else just for few of them. There we go. Yeah, let's come on, load up. Installing. Yeah. I think it's installed because the other game is there. Although of course they need to just every time do the first time install things because this basically also has a repair for them. It's come on, PTS. Click over the modifiers in the RPK says and possibly infinite ammo depending on how the modifier works. Part of it does look to be infinite ammo. I still don't know. We'll see in the PTS here, but I still don't really understand how how you go through the tiers and stuff. It says, yeah, it depends on gear cores and like kills help it and stuff. But exactly like, yeah, how do gear cores affect it? Like, can we be at tier 5 the whole time? We'll see. And either tickle. Also, I see now that as Enrage had said, I wonder how tickle mangles it, and yeah, that's of course. Speak of the devil, right? Yeah. No, so 10 times. Indeed. Yeah. Oh, the thing is just to call it imminence, right? But I feel, yeah, just wearing it and then just kind of purple gang. Just purple ganging it. Pokemon style, basically just imminence, armaments, imminence, armaments, imminence, armaments. Just that through a whole mission. Yeah, let's press space to start and press continue to sign away our life with a TOS. Who does we need further data? Oh, actually, is this okay? I would have assumed they would have had their servers up when the thing is up, but okay, the servers aren't up yet then, or is let me look in the category again. Because maybe I need to like restart or something. I haven't been here for like the last 4 PTSs when it started. So I'm actually even not even sure. Because it's giving a mic, so that's server is not up. It's the mic errors are, you know, maintenance errors and stuff. Basically, the server is responding, but it's responding that it's not ready. So, yeah, Beetlejuicing it. Exactly. Again, I've been getting mic errors. Yeah, that, so yeah, the same here. But the servers will hopefully be up at some point. But of course, as well, PTS doesn't per se have like the highest. You know, if the main game is down, that's a little bit more of an issue than like the. But I would have been hoping that I don't know actually how it was with the last few PTSs. If the servers were like up at the time of release, or if like the servers came up later. It's installing the. Well, it's gonna do those first time install things, just to play it safe. Keep in mind as well for those installing PTS and running PTS. So first of all, if it's not showing up, restart UbiConnect if the PTS isn't showing up if you're on PC. Second thing, if you want to go into the PTS, you can just copy the files over from your main install. So make sure it's a copy, you know, not installing in the same folder. Make a copy of the folder and then install into that folder. That way you don't download the entire PTS. It just downloads the files that are different from the PTS to the main game. That way that saves you like 90 gigs download basically. Thirdly, if you're going to uninstall the PTS after, you might run into some easy anti-cheat issues, but then you just have to basically, after you uninstall the PTS, just verify game files on the main game. Although maybe nowadays that's fixed because they're running easy anti-cheat different now, right? They're running a new version. So maybe there are separate instances, although I don't think so because the hook that I'm using or OBS is using would be the same. We'll try once every few a little bit if we can log in, but we can already do some prep work here, so I'm not too fussed. It says yes you can play. Servers say no. Yeah, it basically unlocked, you know, at the time that they said, or like that they set, not said. But yeah, if the servers aren't up, that's a different issue. But yeah, well, the servers will eventually be there, I hope. We'll try here every few minutes. So Tinker, what's your this is weapon? If it's weapon damage, it's instantly the top general pick, basically. It's going to be much more than Coyote. Just like if you're running Killer now and you go Killer measured, that's more damage than Coyote. It is also not crit based, which is kind of handy for the modifier of this season, right? Well, the Killer is crit based, but. And I think it's going to be cool as well just for utility. You know, running Killer fast hands, running Killer, or like even Killer / measured, and then like the other slots being either preservation, fast hands, like SMG's unwavering. I think Pummel Brazen, with how broken Brazen is like way too good for shotguns for it, but that's more of a Brazen issue. I've been seeing a lot of people murmuring about Determined and something else. I feel like, why would you? Like, because in any setup that you kind of do it, you're either going 3-piece hotshot or something, and then because of the mask, because you know keeping vigilance as the backpack. If you're going 4-piece hotshot, vigilance is more than any like weapon talent you're gonna have there anyway. It could be actually decent utility because, for instance, yeah, Determined plus Preservation means you always get, or well, most of like 99% of the time getting the headshot bonus from preservation. So, but I don't see it being as useful for determined and stuff. But yeah, for instance, yeah, Brazen Pummel and like Unwavering plus Killer and stuff seems like pretty good buffs to those, because especially ARs and stuff don't have, you know, we can just 2 damage talents or some of the utility talents, but like ARs don't have Unwavering as like, you know, a really good, super good utility talent that is actually competitive with a damage talent. But also, yeah, a steady-handed with LMGs, steady-handed plus damage talent, like stuff like that. But we'll have to see if it's, yeah, weapon damage, crit chance, crit damage is kind of, because yeah, if it comes blue core incoming repair and health or something, it's a little more dead than that.
Press space to start. Press escape to quit.
Yeah, the lady. Press space to start. Dial 1 for an operator. Press escape to quit. Dial 2 to punch Yannick in his stupid face. Nah. Yeah, Yannick is that. Dial 3 to give Yannick a hug. Dial 4 to punch Mike in his stupid face. God damn it, Mike. Mike, the gatekeeper. Yeah. Balrog ain't got nothing on Mike. Also, glasses are so dirty I can't even read chat almost. No. Red core exotics be hatchet to make it a bit more versatile. The thing is though that kind of eats into its damage basically, so it honestly makes it less versatile. I feel in most cases. Although in this case, just because of how effective that talent can be, weapon handling crit chance would maybe actually, you know, be used just to keep the power creep down. But then we also have Streamline, which is like, what are we thinking? Also, 45 detox on smart cover. What? That's skill tier 6, you know.
Press escape to quit.
That's like instant FI plus, you know, having that is going to be the standard. Like as FI, you don't take a healing chem ever again, basically. Screw that. You take a hive and you take that. You take the smart cover. So the change. Okay. Yeah, we'll see in a bit. If it's crit chance, crit damage, that's like instantly one of the top picks. I can't even really like consider where it breaks stuff. The thing is though that, yeah, it does, for instance, if you're running, you know, I run Scorpio, for instance, quite often secondary in a lot of builds where the secondary doesn't matter. You would just run Scorpio, which has like, you know, infinite CC basically. Doesn't work with exotics, so it eats into stuff like that. But that's okay I'm okay giving up that if we have like preservation secondary. But yeah, no more stun locking. Doesn't also work with exotics, so it's actually also buff to high ends. Which actually, yeah, for SMGs and stuff is pretty good. Or nades as well. It doesn't work with them. And yeah, Mike keeping us out. God damn it, Mike. I think just in general as well, like I kind of like the idea because I kind of already do this with Alpha Bridge in Division 1, where I have multiple weapon third stats just at the ready to just swap in as I want it. So if I want predatory, I just take that, and then if I want more damage, I take like, you know, responsive or something weapon into that slot, into that second weapon slot. Meaning you don't have to like continuously recalibrate or reroll and like Elmo, Lexington. I'm not fully awake yet. A second, swap again. Thing is though that for Sledge, it's okay like swapping. You're gonna pull out a grenade anyway. Like there's some swap time in that involved. It's like you would still just run Sledge on the pistol. Because also keep in mind you can't have perfect Sledge because name again. So if you're going to have normal Sledge, it's going to be on the pistol. Might as well have something that is kind of actually damage-wise active on the doubling. But yeah, Pommel Brazen as shotgun seems like... But that's also like Brazen is a little much. But also, yeah, I feel Unwavering on SMGs is a no-brainer as a secondary because it is basically competitive against damage talents, and then yeah, coming Killer Unwavering is like because also I'm curious actually with how it will work with Unwavering with the swap because now both of the weapons have it basically, right? So you just have to wait longer than the 5 seconds, then you swap and you trigger Unwavering on that weapon, and then you wait 5 seconds, and we'll have to see actually if it works like that as well. Because that's kind of how I'm hoping it'll work. Although Killer plus the new talents, if it goes as is, because Streamline we can already actually maybe fill in Streamline. There's 87 weapon damage is a lot. Yeah, actually a system just a Sadist and Pressure Point. That's like an obvious combo as well. For ODs especially. And Ridgeways and stuff. Although, well, no, yeah. Again, exotic mask. Can't have it with Ridgeway, of course. It's just more, yeah, Sadist with Ridgeways, okay, so... where my brain went. Just flat 87 moment damage if skills aren't on cooldown. It seems like that's way too much. If no, like the conditionality of no skills on cooldown is a conditionality that like a lot of the player base is accidentally currently hitting. You know, it's not a big ask for a lot of players for them to keep forgetting to use their skills, except, you know, the revive hive, except going on cooldown. The thing is, it's kind of a sideways nerf to the healing hive, right? That's kind of the, if you're wanting to run that talent or a revive hive. So, but I don't think that's good enough of a balancing. That's good enough balancing for like solo average players, but for like really good players, this talent is way too much. Because how much was it again? So we even take a Fenris striker, right? With 29 grading. Let's even make it 30 grading. So we have 140 plus 30, 170. So 270 as a modifier, or well, 2.7, but the thing doesn't matter. Plus 87, right? For the talents. What was the other? How much? 270 orders, right? So 357 divided by 270. It was 270, right? Yeah. That's a 32% increase at its worst. And then if we have less red cores and stuff, that number just goes up. If you have less grading, that number goes up. 32%. That's, you know, that's sadist levels. And sadist conditionality is like much worse of a thing to try to reach. Also, I'm curious to see what the non-perfect number is, because they gave the perfect and then they gave the talent by itself as perfect as well. Because it also depends on what the normal version is. Because the perfect version on the SMG is kind of okay. The Mark 16 isn't okay. I would say, like, depending on what numbers we get. On the normal, it'll be it's going to be different, basically. Or, well, it could be basically a FAMAS with normal is going to beat, like, the Mark 16 with that, or Lexington with the... just pasted everything from the one. I mean, did you miss the part that there's also the whole, like, new area coming? Which is also, yeah, similar from Div 1, but yeah, it's definitely, like, you can't say it's the same shit. I wasn't expecting much from this season, and still we're getting a few items that are super interesting, actually. Like the mask is actually pretty interesting. But also, for instance, the gear set and the brand set is actually interesting. So, good high school pass. First of all, Massive. The game is made by Massive. Secondly, no. If you want a circle jerk about, like, devs being shitty and stuff, there's a dozen other channels around here that will placate you and circle jerk with you. In my case, the devs actually overall, they're doing better than most game developers around anyway, and they're paying homage to Division 1 a lot in this one, and I see nothing wrong with it. Because also everything they've brought over, like, it's not one-to-one copies, right? Like, Nimble is different numbers in Div 1, and then also not, for instance, the damage reduction and stuff. Abridged is similar, is basically an exotic of a part of a gear set and such. But, you know, them working in Division 2 inherently makes them different. But yeah, if we're here just to dev bash, just go somewhere else. I'm not the person to like go, devs are idiots. No, most people that like reduce it to those levels are usually themselves quite incompetent. For some images, a Frenzy plus. Oh, Frenzy! Actually, yeah. I mean, Frenzy is already hell. Frenzy plus. Yeah, Frenzy plus Fast Hands is actually, yeah. I kind of forgot about Frenzy. Yeah, Frenzy already is actually kind of pretty usable on Sleipnir. Frenzy plus Killer. Because you get the weapon damage and then you get the crit damage from there. So there's, like, both are actually pretty on their game. Also, just measured on top of Frenzy, like, for the first half. That'll be interesting. Yeah, let's press space to start.
Press escape to quit.
So say this on OD. I mean, yeah, Sadist just on itself. So for OD, Sadist Vindictive, Sadist Pressure Point, Sadist Perpetuation. All of those things could be kind of, although Perpetuation less so, because you don't care about the bleed per se. But just, yeah, either, like, even having, like, Sadist Vindictive is a pretty good combo. But that would be especially for the, although, well, Perpetuation could be, for instance, good for the triple tick build, more so. Especially if it's all red, yeah, you can just extract more damage from that and a talent than Coyote, so. That one was forced blood to get you started. Yeah, although, well, you would just take behind you, right? Behind you would just be generally, and yeah, Lucky Shot. Lucky Shot was one that was coming up. Like, that's the only one that I think for the tournament is actually, like, really actually useful. Thing is though, more it's a mask. So with the current hotshot, you're either taking the backpack or you're breaking the 4-piece. Like a lot of people are okay breaking the 4-piece anyway, so for them it'll be fine. But even by itself as well, determined plus preservation. Every shot is a headshot anyway. You always get the 20%. Like that's already even something I would lean towards. But basically, you just need to keep the ability to start on a purple. At least that's how I feel about that one. There is too. I think people, they're real people. I mean, yeah, that's always the thing, right? You make it an other. You know, the devs are the other, and they hate us. Except, you know, if they hated us, they they wouldn't have made a game that we all love and stuff. It's very easy to go like, oh, those others are like idiots, and then like not consider any of the like the circumstances of anything and stuff. Could the game be better? Yeah, but also there are many other games that have met much worse fates. At least we're getting some content and such. But also in this, like this seems just more of a like just going like, oh, they're just taking stuff from Div 1 and stuff, as if that like even like works like that, as if you can just take the code from Div 1 and just like, no, everything has to kind of be made from Slash.
Press escape to quit.
It's more also of an homage because everything has been touched on and like kind of, you know, it's not like the modifier is just exactly the thing of there. It's 1D3 FNC. The thing is though, we have with Crusader Shield in Division 2, it's I don't think it really would even have a place D3. We can already have shields with SMGs. And they're much more kind of easy to balance in that way. Because keep in mind as well, the Bulwark is like in combat wise, just the Bulwark by itself, so not the D3 version. Because the D3 version would be more like, you know, Foundry's version, right? Like it, although, well, Foundry doesn't, per se, like make that super stronger, but it regens it. So effective HP is kind of the same. But the Bulwark in Division 1 is much more closer to the Crusader than it is the Division 2's Bulwark in how strong it becomes, basically. But in Div 2, the Bulwark is just so powerful. Although they could bring it down, of course. Or they could just not give it like a double bonus like the Div 1 for it.
Press space to start. Press
But I think basically Division 2 having the D3 like just, I don't see really how you make it really stand out versus, you know, Hunter's Fury with Crusader. Kind of. After rage will be good in builds without an exotic, so when you show skill builds the center. Yeah. It does look pretty powerful. Because even, yeah, for skill builds and stuff, having InSync plus having InSync plus a damage challenge, either on the weapon end or going InSync and then... Although, yeah, we don't have much there, right? We have Spike. What else do we have? Really? Spike also... Also, I would need to like compete against the capacitor, which is Future Perfect, yeah, actually. Future Perfect actually as well in every category is because also we have other talents that kind of feed off of like the tiering system of the modifier. So we'll have to see how that all works. Because Future Perfect is one of the like really the only way to get cores from a weapon talent, and the modifier seems to really like be centered around that as well. But yeah, Future Perfect would be like interesting in all ways, basically, for all of these. But that could be even cool for shields and stuff. You just take a damage challenge plus Future Perfect SMG, basically. And you have a much better tool than Oxpecker, likely. So imagine those 2 exotic gear pieces. The thing is though that gear in Division 2, like without a rebalance, just by itself, if you let, you know, 2 gear pieces be used, 2 exotic gear pieces, or like 2 weapons or something, that breaks a lot of shit. A lot of pieces are balanced around the fact that it's singular, that you can't, that basically if you take this, it excludes everything else. Because, for instance, Scorpio by itself, if it's mostly like if I'm not running an exotic, I'm going to run a Scorpio secondary quite often. Still, just it's a stun lock. It's a free get out of whatever situation you're in card, basically. Just get out of the shit card. But also, yeah, Coyote plus Memento, stuff like that. Bloody Knuckles plus Coyote. All of those things are kind of balanced around there just being, you can only have one. So either it's basically a humongous power creep if they do that, or they need to kind of like rebalance it in some way. But you could give it, like, there's ways to balance it if you really want to do that, would just take down. But like, if you equip 2 exotics, maybe like Coyote drops to like, the mid range is now then 7 and 7 crit chance or something, and like the close range is like 17 crit damage or something. There is ways to like create it, and then like Bloody Knuckles is if you have 2 exotics equipped is instead of 25 total weapon damage is like 18 total weapon damage or something like that. There is ways to do it, but yeah, I would need like it's more there. It's not just allow multiple exotics to be equipped. It's because exotics as always kind of with the talents being removed from everything except chest and backpack. The ability to put talents in other parts is kind of tied to exotics, and then we have Turmoil, but you know what I mean. Turmoil is basically should have been an exotic actually. But that kind of the balancing is around that. Yeah, only one of those pieces gets to be filled with a talent. Talent in exchange for a non-perfect talent. Wait, what's that? Yeah, and basically the exotic. But it's also like we would all be running Bizilobis always. Why wouldn't you? The thing currently is that if you're running Bizilubi, you're excluding the other weapons slots from being exotic, and some of those exotics are pretty good. So. With yours, I wonder if it has to be on your back or on ground to get those rolls. I think it says within the. Does it say that within deploy range? I'm gonna guess that it's gonna work as within deploy range, kind of in the same way that overclock, Hermano, whatever that is. It is overclock, right? Fissure within the range of your hive. That's likely going to be deployed hive. Because if it's just on your back, then you have basically just if everybody gets together next around the guy. Also, how does this work? Is because it's not going to be, or because it's saying ally agent. That's not going to be subgroup, right? How does this work in although you have to kind of take the full gear set, of course. That's the balancing factor. But you could basically in countdown, if everybody's just huddling around your hive, that could be funny. But yeah, I'm gonna guess it's deployed, but we'll see. Actually, we'll see it in action in whenever Mike lets us in. God damn it, Mike, get out the way. Move, Mike! Get out the way! Get out the way, Mike! Get out the way! Nobody likes Mike. Don't be like Mike. No, there's none of them. One to make a back game. Yeah. They're never like... Our enemies, the devs, like people go like, oh, they're doing this to hurt us. They haven't fixed fragile armor because they hate it. Like, no, it's just
Press space.
It's one of those things like that I sometimes I've used the analogy of like I have the door to one of my rooms over there is kind of basically wonky. I know how to fix that. You know, you take it out, you like hammer the thing, you just make it straight, and now it then closes again, right? I could have done that months ago, but I don't care enough to fix it. Basically, it's not a big enough issue for me to take the time to fix it. I'll do it like when I'm like in a manic phase and just in the mood to do a lot of housework. And honestly, most of the problems that we have, like even like fragile armor bugging out, right? It's the obvious one everybody goes for. It's a mean, like, yes, it would be nice if it's fixed, but a lot of other things that have been fixed are kind of ignored in that. It's not like, you know, if we go back a year or two, the difference in quality of the game, in also some of the systems, like tinkering by itself, amazing. A flashbang to black, one of my favorite changes. A lot of like stats getting kind of working better, or just actually working. Swap speed coming to mind. Like swap speed is actually sometimes useful. We're gonna have Hollywood in a bit. Swap speed is actually useful for Hollywood because you might as well, if that's like if everything's dying anyway, all you need is a swap speed to kind of get from weapon to weapon. And also, like, I was around season 9 and 10 when the game was crashing basically for everybody once a day. Like, all of those have been fixed. Like, that it's now basically as well, there's like one crash left to bitch about, which is the countdown one. But we used to have tons. Also, for instance, when the stash increase happened, if you character swap too quick, we had that a bunch of times on the stream. When you character swap too quick, it would crash. That was actually due to the stash doing that. Increase, basically. It couldn't load it fast enough if we're logging out one character going into another like instantly. That got fixed like in like 2 weeks. That's also sometimes the downside of not being able to go back to what I would have loved is in like, I mean, that's never gonna happen, but like having the ability to like play one of the earlier versions of the game in some form. And Kelly. You just find a measure 2 in practice. I mean, that's why it's called measured assembly, right? It's basically final measure and then to measure assembly. Measured assembly. The thing is, though, it's a 15-second cooldown. It also doesn't seem to be grenades inherently. Also depends what enemy skills means. Because if that's also, for instance, drones, and if like mortars also means, for instance, grenade launcher, you know, airbursts,
Press escape
and or just throwing grenades at you and stuff, or drones from, you know, legendary drone operators. But yeah, it depends on like what actually mortars and enemy skills means. Because if it is verbatim, mortars is specifically just mortars from, you know, the mortar, which still for, you know, although at the best it's 15 seconds, which is, you know, a mortar in conflict fires faster than that. But it could save you from one, right? And then enemy skill doesn't per se like that is likely then deployed skills, kind of rogue style and stuff. That could still also be like in ways very useful. Like the very first one that comes to mind is that what definitely is considered a skill is, for instance, the snipers on Lovebird, right? That having those be eaten, that sounds pretty good. Although it's gonna get triggered off of the shock trap, so it kind of depends on how, like, what actually happens there. Duration helps that 50 seconds get reduced. Yeah. Although by the way that I read it, it's outside of the like any other system, so it's just going to be self-additive, and then. Although as well, that would mean that actually in an 8-man team, because it will count the player themselves as well, likely. In an 8-man team, that yeah, you would have a 100% or above 100% reduction. You would have, you know. So yeah, we'll see again how that works. The artificer has both flavors and skills standing nearby when it's not deployed. Yeah, but that one's kind of like special, but it also doesn't like count as an activated talent, right? Or it doesn't activate talents that like use the hive, for instance. You can't, for instance, you have overclock or something like that, which is dependent on deployed skill.
Press space to start.
But yeah, we'll have to see. But I wouldn't think it would work on your back just because it would just be too easy, basically. Because also keep in mind that just +1 skill tier is by itself already a pretty powerful thing. So my guess, like my assumption would be. But also, yeah, Artificer is kind of special now. Because I've seen so many people going like, I don't like, especially nowadays going back and playing Division 1 a little bit more. I don't see the fascination with, but maybe somebody kind of can pipe in, but a lot of people were sad that it's not the support station instead of the. But yeah, my guess before the thing was also already just it was either going to be mobile cover or smart cover, and yeah, we got smart cover.
Press space to start.
Because I feel actually the hive is, except for the instantness of the support station, like it instantly heals anything in its range, but that's also why they kind of remove, like why they went to hive. But I feel hive is just actually the more useful skill overall, especially as well because it has, you know, offensive variants. I feel like just adding support station in Division 2 without Reclaimer, basically. Because to me, it's like Reclaimer was actually doing the heavy lifting, not per se the support station. But then support station, like I wouldn't mind actually. Yeah, I've posited this before, but just the Reclaimer would actually, I feel, make perfect sense in Division 2 setting with just the hive. Basically gives you all the hives, and then even in Division 2, it's having an offensive variant makes it so that, you know, do you toss it at the enemy or do you toss it at your allies? And situationally, you would choose one or the other. So, can't wait for the Tinker. One of the things as well to keep in mind is either the Tinkerer or the Nimble Holster. It's going to be the Tinkerer. I'm calling it now. But yeah, either one of those two is going to be tied to master difficulty. Kind of like Birdie's Quickie, right? We're not going to get it right. Tempering expectations. Because yeah, it's gonna be yeah, I don't think they're gonna put Nimble as the master thing because nobody's gonna like care enough about it. So they're likely gonna put the abridged, the Tinkerer. That's likely gonna be the master thing. So we won't get it until like a few months from now, which I'm also kind of fine with because we're going to get a lot starting out, right? We're going to get the DLC and we're going to get this season. But let's keep in mind as well, all of this is, or all of that, that's all season. This doesn't include the mask that they showed with the video. This doesn't include the DLC by itself and such, and maybe, you know, whatever additions there. This doesn't include the new skill. We'll have plenty of tools because of the DLC and then also the season to play with. So it's kind of fine that then in a few months there's also an exciting thing coming, right? But but yeah, I can already I'm basically already mentally seeing the Reddit post of like, the devs hate us because they put the Tinkerer in months from now. Oh hey, we in. I need PTS. Does look up. Oh, this is a pretty recent recent image then. Yeah, this is kind of like last week somewhere. Yeah, I think that was also like my SHD back then. Because yeah, they take a snapshot at some point, that'll become the PTS kind of thing. So, you know, you might not have anything you've done in the last week on it. But I just from the apparel here, because this was of course last week or 2 weeks ago. Or yeah, up to 2 weeks ago. Let's jump in. And hopefully they've also set up all the caches and stuff correctly.
Safe area entered.
Wait, Battle for Brooklyn? What? Wait, do we get to do story content? I'm going that way. PTS cache blueprints. PTS cache. They've correctly set up an oh no, this, for a second I just read Sticky Bomb for a second. I assumed just it's gonna be no, it's just and just normal items for. So let's take this.
That was a good deal.
Also, yeah, let's go here because I'm on the wrong screen there. It was tiny. And yeah, press and hold escape just to get out of it. Okay. Back another one of those big mags. Yeah. 67. We need to check, yeah, if this 50% mag size is base or base plus 20 rands here. Nimble is full red. Tinkerer is full red. The gear set final is of course yeah, yellow as expected, kind of. 87%. Yeah. Wait, what is? Let's see if we can find a normal thingy. But
Good to see you.
For now. Oh, the gear set is red core. Is it all red cores? Yeah, it's all red cores. Why? Why would this be red core instead of blue? Like with the threat there, I feel you just blue core. Although with the red, at least, yeah, it saves from having super unicorns needed. Anyway, all of the thingies are placeholder. All of the visuals of this, because it is Grupo. That's not nothing new. For now, I'm not gonna concern myself too much with the gear set, and we'll do it on a different character. Let's take that net. Let's take a lud. First things first, I need to know and check. Well, this is like, you know, part of the duty. Oh, placeholder means actually nothing as a talent. This looks so weird. This looks off. Like when you look at just all the weapons have always talents on that side, and then there's nothing there. Oh, actually, it'll be in the library, right?
Agent, priority objective available.
Oh, also are the scouts in here? Oh, we're looking for unknown. Okay. Some targets practice around DC. Wait, target practice around DC as well. That's gonna be annoying because yeah, target practices don't spawn unless you have some green on the map. Most of the time, like it's pretty rare for a full red world to give. Well, it happens here and there, but that's placeholder as well, and also this is placeholder as well because that's which one is that actually? That's the oh, it's Imperial Dynasty figure. It's kind of jinxing it. Yeah, Tinkerer, full red, crit chance, crit damage. This is gonna be, yeah, overall just like this is gonna be the top general pick anyway, coming up. We have finally a competitor for the Coyote. I guess just by itself, killer plus measured or killer plus this talent, for instance. But just, yeah, killer plus measured is already, like, measured is more than Coyote's edition. So, bishop here. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, normal streamline. Because that was the thing that I said. It's likely in the library. That's good. With the logo, wait, can I move that? The logo is in the way. Does that say 80? Wait, can I load it in the void? Yeah, I can of course. Let's just do that. There we go. I'll make it easier. Wait, does that say 80 for the normal version? Annoyingly, the PTS text is over it, so I can't shift that. But it does say 80, right? Yeah. What? Also, wait, is this what is the PvP variant? Or was the PvP numbers? It's 87. No, just no, right? What are we doing? Let's make sure it's actually weapon damage. So let's go here. Oh, here. Let's fill this in quickly. So although yeah, it doesn't percent matter which base we take. Although let's take the mark from MK 46 base. Burst and sustainables. Also, yeah, at some point we need to check that no balance changes. Also, as well, yeah, the patch notes wise, we have 0 balance changes and stuff, which I'm hoping maybe there are some, and they're just not in here per se. So 30. So let's make it like this: is 130 plus this number with that locked. What am I at 57, right? Why am I at 57? I want crit chance roll. Am I blind? Shouldn't I be on 51 with 1 crit chance mod? Modifier maybe? Oh yeah, we need to also actually look on the... Ew! Okay, yeah, that was the modifier. Yeah, let's leave that off for now. So is min 51 plus 10 60, just that's a dot, not a comma. Shouldn't this be... Wait, is Coyote showing up in here? Or is what's happening here? Were we on 151? Should be on 141, right? Because now the modifier definitely is off. Hmm. Wait, I'm not misremembering, right? I feel it in my bones that striker is 141, right? This is not the right one. This is what, not this one. Yeah, 141 going to 151 with Coyote. It's also not showing per se Coyote in there because I'm now on short range Coyote. So wait, let me see actually if we're hitting these numbers at mid range. Yeah, let me catch up on all the things. Was kind of in my own world there. 80%. So yeah, 80%, 87 is even higher. It's I have no idea like why you would even why even. That's not true. Because in a lot of places they have done decent balancing. There's only the smart cover and this streamline that kind of just stand out as being weirdly high. But we've had other talents be weirdly high. Brazen came in 8%, right? And then 3.5, and then, or well, 3 and then 3.5. So for the main game, yeah. And we've had things before that like they didn't reach the main game like they were in PTS, like even like Oreo, right? Like the PTS Oreo was like way too high. So we'll just have to make rumblings and then laugh at the people that go like, all you guys want is nerfs, and then and then hopefully they'll adjust it then. Because also, yeah, 45 detox on the smart cover. Yeah, no. And even having a little bit of damage is already weird because you could make it a perfectly viable skill with just haste and then maybe like hazard protection and stuff, weapon handling and then hazard protection stuff or something like that. But putting a lot of damage on it is like a lot of power creep. Skill will be deployed a lot more often than what's on as necessary going towards current iterations. I mean, the thing is as well in likely what they are thinking is like, oh, it's competing with the new smart cover with 45 detox. The thing is, it isn't. It is competing with people that already don't deploy skills and stuff. The only deployed or the only skills on cooldown for a lot of players is whenever they get downed with Hive. Like that's when. Indeed. And AD game. That for the SSC level boost might be impacted alt characters method. I mean, it's gonna impact that. We'll have to see how. Currently, there are rumors in several ways, all of them rumors. So yeah, we'll see what the final version becomes. There is no testing here of some of that stuff, I think so. Although we'll try. I'll delete the character and try making. Instead of big Andro. Yeah, although so Pagan, of course, the model already exists because if you want to do the big Alejandro, you have to also port over the model and stuff. Also, yeah, the Pagan doesn't seem that interesting. It's just more max size is just because also here one of the calculations where we'll just put it up against the big Bullet King. Like, good of you to get extra max size. Have you considered screw reloading ever anyway? And how they kind of land, but they could always add maybe a damage component to it because that's kind of what I feel it needs. Provide an info if these nukes will be added to the main loot pool, farmable through countdown. 2 of them will be through the season track, as they always are. Actually, do we have any? No, we can't see the season track. We can't see the journey, though, as well, actually. Working in the same way again, the actives are here, but not the passives. So, did they go back to giving the passives none of the rewards on this, right? They're not going to make it a specific task now. So are the passives going back to priority objectives then? Oh, I have infinite rerolls. So where are the or do we have the passives? This is just we get the passives right away. Maybe for this. Oh, yeah, it's off, of course. Well, we'll look at that thing in a second. Let's not jump everywhere. Any Darren, how are they changing the optimization stuff? That all of that stuff doesn't. At least I'm not even expecting any changes here. Oh, we have enough here for 30. And a catalyst is in here. Well, let's actually then try. No. At least, okay. Yeah, if this is 90, because we have more than 9 items here, we can reach 30 with the DLC items. And if you're just gonna mostly do donate materials, what I do is sometimes at the start of the season is that, especially with like second and third account where I have watch alts. Although we'll see if watch alts is a thing next season. But yeah, you just, because at this point it's just gonna donate all materials. It's just gonna be the field recon, or the field recon, the printer fulfillments. So I can just hit one button and then just, you know, and then we'll fill only this back up for until we have everything. But I'm curious to just see real quick. Oh, what? Why do I have 20,000, 28,000 points when this character should only have like 2k or less at the point of this save? What? Wait, no, what? Well, where did we go? What happened there? Okay. That's an oddity. Then you have these numbers change actually. No, this is all the same as last season. Because yeah, if we do it this way, at this point, I just press one button per thing, basically. Once we have it. Although, of course, I've eaten into all of the other resources. But let's see if that becomes an... I mean, I wouldn't mind getting reset all the way back to having my full gear score. Or my full scavenging points from my watch points. That would be... I mean, that's one way to kind of get rid of Watch Alton, but I don't feel it's per se like solves the problem. Actually, it's not 3, is it? It's 9 of these. It's 1K each, or 750 each. Also, actually, I could buy the cash that gives you like infinite resources as well. We could just do it that way. I forgot that thing existed. Because there's a cache here as well, which just gives you like a bajillion resources. Oh, actually, of course, yeah, smart cover. Yeah, let's actually just buy that cache. That's slightly faster.
Good to see you.
Actually, oh, materials.
Your business is appreciated.
I know. As a tip, whenever you open these, because otherwise it's gonna go like this. It's gonna go and like just try to like show you everything. Just press and hold escape. That's the way out. You don't need to. You don't need to see it all. I'm actually just curious what number we end on here. Okay, and then 20 already into the next. That's a weird thing. That's a weird number to make. Yeah, so I have 30 there. Because they added a bunch of items. That's interesting though, because have they fixed? So
Got that settled.
in the original versions of it, it would cap at 30, even if you went above it. Oh, well, that's the. That's... Materials. Not that matters, but let's have some materials still. Oh, actually, while we're here, seeing as we're opening caches, so let's grab a bunch of reconstructeds. So we have lightning rod. Oh, hey, they fixed some of the pistols and stuff. Ooh, this gives me hope. Because lightning rod was completely missing from the list. It was missing so much from the list that it wasn't even in those lists of like, this is the items missing. It just wasn't even in the pistols list. Lightning rod and Mozambique both. So, Brutus, that was missing. Grown Great, that was missing. Okay, this makes me inordinately happy. Carpenter, that was missing. That means also Backbone will be in here, because if Carpenter's is. So, hey, they fixed the blueprints. The prints of the blue are fixed.
Your business.
Yay! One of the biggest requests like we've had for quite a while. And hey there, Carl. Tinker Redcore, yeah, that's nimble as well, actually. So that's good to see. Getting that's one thing probably why. Oh, there's actually I wasn't even looking at like what items there were. What was it? Caretaker and Huntsman. Oh yeah, actually, so this is likely tied to. Because that a lot is the season one. Caretaker and Huntsman. Famas. See what we'll see what those are. Yeah, let's keep popping these. Let's see. Let's see if we can get the full number on the thingies. Big Show, that was missing. Whisper, that was missing with Brutus. Combustor was indeed missing. Proxy with Palisade, so yeah, this just leaves Backbone. Oh well, Mozambique there, that was missing indeed. And Backbone, what does that leave even? Nothing, actually no. So gear set still missing, the gear set from, although maybe they just maybe they just added that in general. We'll see. Because what would just still be missing is gear set from last season.
Nice to see you.
Just to check she doesn't have it. So yeah, we have of course a few items of this, although actually, because we can buy the blueprints here. Actually, yeah, we should just. But yeah, reconstructed caches. We have what we wanted from them finally. Okay, so even with there, so how are we're missing 8, which makes sense because yeah, the gear sets still 20 out of 21, and then some other stuff. But also, is this current season gear set in here?
Really wish I had a complete set of socket wrenches.
What is this called again? I mean, it doesn't have an icon, right? Was the thing on it anyway. So. Although that they got their shit together with that last season, so that's likely in Journey. No, the items are not in here, so maybe it comes from the season track then. Oh, season set blueprints. But wait, does that mean where's, because if that's current season 1, what was it last season actually? Which one was missing? No, real talent, yeah. There's so many much ones. Yeah, I shouldn't. Like on most of my characters on main account, I have like less than 2,000 saved up, like in the actual game, like what this save should be. So. But also, I wouldn't take anything away from that because that could just be bugginess. I don't think they're gonna reset our watch points because I would already as well kind of maybe just to they take away watch mules and they do that, but that still breaks the economy in the same way. Like if I don't have to grind ever again, I'm actually not that happy basically for resources. Kind of like actually on main account, I don't have watch alts. I actually like going for the resources and not just having it banked up. So oh, actually, yeah, might be account wide shared. Maybe that's maybe what they did. Let's maybe get that number and check with the other characters. And yeah, Backbone indeed. Yes.
I should try making a leather. Can't be that hard.
The Alpha Bridge masks to work with pistols. I mean, well, the original Alpha Bridge also didn't conserve us. The thing is though that like, yeah, that would be because it would need to pick between or something, like the last 2 held or like the last held weapon and main weapon or something. But also pistols could, because pistols also have some talents that are, salvage. Like salvage is way too good to kind of have mingled in with normal weapon types. Reset become one-time use, not available to reset. Yeah, although actually, wait, let's take this number. So I'm just gonna Alt enter. Let's take this. Let's paste that here for a second, just so I have the number there. Let's go to second character, because of course they should have then a different number in the old system. If they have the same number, and if I lower it there and it lowers, because actually if it is account, that's one way to fix Watch Alton. And honestly, I wouldn't be against it, but also it depends on if that's actually the case here. we might be jumping to conclusions that are beyond reach. I don't know how many days is scout camp. So wait, 15 minutes. What do you mean, Armando? Do you mean in the PTS as well, or do you mean just like how many days are left on the current like normal one? Yeah, same here. But yeah, there's like basically next week we'll have Hollywood and like the Scout 10, and then the week after that is Scout 11, which is the last scout, and then also we have actual positioning queue. Nice. Is Scout 11, and then when you complete that, you instantly also unlock Master. So that'll be the week of the Master difficulty, or well, you unlock the climax mission and then also Master. Lex seems to work with Tinkerer. I could see that, because likely what they, while it says named, because I would think First Sight would also work with it. I'm guessing it's especially named talents, because yeah, you don't want Carnage and whatever Perfect Pressure Point is on. What was Perfect Pressure Point? Where's with ongoing directive? In what way? It would just work with ongoing directive. It just wouldn't be a good pick, because yesterday does. Oh wow, this is actually normally when there is these, it still goes pretty quickly, because this is usually just a login server, so that can handle like a lot of throughputs. Why is it going so slow? But then this means this isn't the login server, this is actual server capacity. Apparently a lot of interest in this PTS. What's up here? Legends are yeah. That's right. Yeah. I mean, basically, they don't per se interact or anything. Like, it's not like OD resets, reloads, or anything. Oh, if like the bleed kills it or something. Yeah, we should test it if it's proxyable, basically. Depends on how the talent is set up, because yeah, some talents do trigger off of like skill kills and like status effect kills. For instance, yeah, preservation. If your turret and drone get a kill, preservation still triggers. Actually, yeah, that could be interesting. Although it is still capped at max 4 stacks, and it is just a magazine-sized talent, so it's not that useful. Still. Because I'm mostly curious, actually, just straight up on Striker, toe-to-toe against Bullet King, like actually what the numbers are there. Because it's nice and all to have a bigger magazine size after getting kills, and you have plus 50% up to 4 stacks. But Bullet King goes brrr. And Bullet King goes brrr without ever realizing. So we'll have to kind of see, because actually I think stat-wise it'll be behind the Bullet King. It's Rusty. Oh yeah, Rusty. I was specifically like trying to remember it, because I remember it is on the RPK, but I just didn't remember the name. Because yeah, if you had Perfect Pressure Point and Perfect Carnage, right? That's like a bit much. So I'm guessing it's just basically whenever it's a perfect talent. And then Lexington, it's good actually that the Lexington is excluded, because yeah, it's a named, but it's it's not a perfect talent. But they likely just didn't want to say perfect talent on it. Instead, they just went with name just to make it shorter. Not give additional bleed ammo. I mean, shouldn't, because yeah, the mark happens, the kill happens, the... Oh, you mean if it, like, if for the magazine size side of it and how much ammo you get with it. Yeah, that could be an interesting interaction. I was more thinking of like, yeah, that's like if the bleeds kills something or so. My guess would be because already if you have a weapon that changes in magazine size and such, because we have Manic and stuff, that already does that. With Manic, for instance, OD, whenever you have, basically whenever you have the extended mag size, it's that mag size. And of course, the exception of the Bullet King. But Bullet King works differently. Bullet King is basically a 100-round mag, but it's hiding it kind of underneath. That's the only one. But anything that like affects mag size, because for instance, as well, you can generate more ammo. Like if you do the, if you do it with Centurion and such. What is when they're fixing the 40 boost? I mean, we'll see. Actually, yeah, that's why we were trying to log in on this character. Thanks for reminding me. 27397. Yeah. So let's spend some points here. Okay, so this is the workaround. And I'm completely on board for this. So we spend some, right? Although we're about to go back into the queue then. So now it's lower, right? Because also, yeah, it might just be calculated from that point. So yeah. Oh, this was character 1 a second ago. We went to character 2. We had the starting number be the same as here, and now we've taken it down to this one. Let's go back to character 1. As a count, if it becomes a count white, yeah, that's their fix then. And actually, I'm not against it. And then maybe if they also do it in this way, nobody's gonna bitch, because if they give it a one-time reset, that for a lot of people will already be. But yeah, this needs to coincide with some economy changes, but that might still be coming with in some other form, because also, yeah, we've had PTS and then other stuff that isn't per se in there and such show up later. Because I do feel if you are taking away watch alts, you kind of need something to address how expensive expertise. Just got the expertise system, or is it limited time? So I'm gonna do that. Things. Yeah, we're testing that just right now. So janky. Although actually, yeah, you're in an ad break, but you'll come out of it in a second. You'll see the results together with all of us. Is everybody swapping characters and like getting in this queue? I'm in position 39. At least we're not on 69, being our position in queue. So it seems to be account wide. So yeah, we went from because also is the ad over? Yeah, so because somebody was asking, they were in ads. I was on character 1. This was my points when I left them. We came to character 2. At the start of it, it was the same amount of points. So now I've spent them on character 2, because also it could be like, you know, in some way bugging out or something, and then just like it's loading from the other one. But let's go back to character 1, and then if character 1 has this 27087, then the watch points are made account wide. And if that's the case, yeah, that kind of inherently solves watch alt in. Because there would be no value to having a watch alt. It would just be, you know, just filling the character slot up and stuff is also not multiple character points then. But yeah, we're in position in queue to go back to character 1 and then see. I picked the worst time to do this, but yeah, let's find out. Unresearched a lot before this update. Thing is, especially like for those of us of decent SHG level, like if they also do it with a reset, because that appears to be the case here, right? if they do it with a reset, I feel the rumblings will be very little anyway. For a lot of the kind of like veterans, and then you do still need an economy change, but they specifically said they're doing economy changes, so we'll see what happens. Good idea. Yeah, that should have got everybody up right there. That was an ad to see several people. Oh yeah, no, the ads are just each half hour. Work if I can work. I'm confused on the damage it does when it's active and gets. Just go back. Just in general, Headhunter. Because actually I could maybe link you to the like the guide still exists somewhere. Right? Yeah. Wait, let me go off my browser for a second. I need to go in my history, but you guys don't need to see all of the, me searching for insert funny thing here. Here we go. Headhunter. This one's made by Rossi. Oh, well, Rossi and others. Let's go back here. I'll link to this in the chat. Because yeah, it is somewhat complex, but basically it is. There's the concept of what you're stacking into Headhunter, and there is the current shot. So the first time that you shoot, you're doing a current shot. That is just what you're doing at the time. That hits. If that gets a headshot kill, that goes into Headhunter. For the second shot, it is basically double that value. Or, well, basically for the shots up to the cap, that is basically, it continues to double the value, basically. So if you hit for $1 million goes into the thing, and your current shot again on top of it comes in. Or, well, and then that gets 100. Actually, yeah, I'm forgetting stuff. That gets bigger because you put 100% in and you get 150% out. Right? So if you hit for $1 million, 1.5 million, depending on perfect or non-perfect. Non-perfect is 125%. The other one's 150%. When you do a second shot, you'll do your current shot again, and then plus that 150% that you've kind of saved up in there. And then that then becomes your current shot now. That then feeds back into Headhunter until you hit the cap. And once you hit the cap, that is basically 1250% of your weapon damage is that cap, basically. And then there is a lot of like ways that it interacts with things that actually make it confusing. Because that at its core, it's that. It's basically a current shot. It recursions on itself with 150% or 125%. That becomes the current shot again. That gets stored again, and then until you hit the cap. And then once you hit the cap, the stored amount is just that amount at max. That's the amount that it can store in total anyway. And then you have that plus still your current shot because you're still doing like a shot at it. That's kind of the way to look at it, I feel. Oh, wait, we're loading. But yeah, have a read through that guide because there's quirks with DTA. There's quirks, for instance, as well with turmoil and stuff.
Priority objective available.
Because how it inherently works, for instance, it doesn't care that turmoil is splitting the damage, for instance, and it's giving 2 caps basically. But yeah, that's the Cliff Notes version. So. But yeah, that guide goes quite in depth and gives you also the calculations and stuff. I think I see already checked it with the Pakan with OD, I'm guessing there. It's interesting. It's getting the max ammo there. Oh yeah, let me catch up for a second. Division Tourbreaker is the next season. It seems kind of fun. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of references and actually straight up terminology from Div 1 coming over, which is kind of cool actually. I don't mind it. Actually, so the reveal, yeah. So it's a can't wait. Because yeah, we left that other character with 27,097. We came back to character 1, who was previously on like 27,397, and they have the same as character 2. So it's account wide. And yeah, that's one way to fix it. So that'll work. This is the DLC. Is it just wait? There's a live stream, or you like a dev stream? Oh, I mean, they should do one because there's a lot of questions that we have for them. Or with hardcore characters, account what points after dying and losing the resources would suck. I'm gonna guess just inherently it'll just be shared between them. But then yeah, you just have to be more careful with your with your hardcores. Because yeah, this will affect them as well. Because that was actually at least if you had like 1K saved up or something. If this is made account wide in this way, inherently it would just be same. Like when the hardcore character dies, when the next one gets leveled up, it would have not reset amounts of watch points. Would be the thing. Refill by the looks of it. Yeah, at least on the PTS. It might be just a PTS thing though. We'll see how that works. Honestly, I'm not against it. There's a watch out thing. Well, I can enjoy it myself as well. Is still, it breaks a bunch of stuff and kind of makes it so that some stuff isn't getting fixed. So for instance, the economy requirements for expertise is just way too high. But it doesn't get fixed because you can just watch all through it. And the recommendation becomes just, you just reach a high enough SHE level, watch alt 20 times. The thing is though that I enjoy watch alts because I'm doing them once a month or something. I'm doing a watch alt. But especially when you're in that mode of I just need to get expertise done, and you just go like 20 watch alts in a row. I did a bunch actually for third account, and by the end of it, I was kind of questioning my choices. So, but if this needs to coincide as well with economy changes. Getting high SHE levels. I mean, you still have watch points. Every level that you gain, you still gain a watch point. But let's keep in mind, it's also not impossible now to do everything without watch points. On main account, I don't have watch alts at all. I haven't had watch alts basically ever. Because by like already in season 2 or something, I was already on 4 characters. I think I did like 2 watch alts on this account before, like, just making it 4 characters. So I've done expertise without them. I've done all the other things without them. Although, of course, I have a lot of playtime. So you need to not have that economy where like it needs an idiot like me that plays way too much. You need it to be like attainable in a reasonable way. It doesn't avoid the expertise and people really make new characters. Well, yeah, actually, if you missed it there, sir, yeah, I think you kind of got caught up there. I'm guessing, but yeah, the watch alts don't seem to do anything anymore. Basically, the account wide scavenging points. Just as on duplicating the main reviews, everything says there's an update for the PTS, but then starts re-downloading the whole game as update. No, it should just be that, yeah, when you install it in that folder. I haven't done it in a while, but that's always been the thing with it. Maybe see about if you search on Reddit with like PTS and then maybe PTS install or PTS copy or something. Maybe there is more. I don't remember more steps being to it. I just remember always you just installed it into that folder. Could also just be bugging out in some way because last patch it forced me to re-download the whole game anyway. Not PTS patch, just main patch. Like it just went like, nope, we're re-downloading 100 gigs or 87 gigs, it's 90 gigs, however much it was. I need a theory. The placeable cover skill. Well, they're bringing back smart cover, which overall I feel was more popular than. Also, the thing with mobile cover was mobile cover broke a lot of stuff. Like it would, because it would be get used to like do. Although, well, you need to just implement it better. But if I can see why they would choose to not do it, basically, because yeah, it would get used to, for instance, clip through walls and stuff. Not that that inherently means if you bring it over, it'll get used in the same way, but I can see it just from thinking, going like, let's not even deal with that. Yes, and then we get a new wedge. They'll have to elaborate because this just resetting like this, not a guarantee for the main game. A lot of things in PTS do work differently than they work in the main game. So they might have just reset it here so we can test it or something. Or that, at least somebody caches it. This one. That could also be it. But also it could be UbiConnect just going... Progress folder change. Okay, yeah, it might be kind of similar to what I had there then. But then, yeah. then you'll have to just take the hit and take the full thing. We'll come into game. Thing is though that they'll never know the joys of watch halting, but they'll also never know the pain of watch halting. But yeah, it is going to be quite a grind for newer players. But then yeah, the economy needs to kind of just be brought in line that it's kind of to match, and we don't have that part here. Experience and any other items? Yeah, there is already actually somebody brought it up because I went actually through and like expertise everything because I want to see how high we can get. But there's also caretaker and because LUD is the new item, but we have access to that one. We have access to the new SMG, but that and something with T. Was it? No, was it? Was a FAMAS, caretaker, and huntsman. But these will likely then be tied because also, for instance, the DLC mask is also in here. The catalyst is also in here. So, yeah, I wanna just check this because I'm kind of just full on rambling mode. But let's just check this real quick and then go from there. Sure. No, it's kind of Tickle says there as well. They mentioned specifically that they're doing economy changes as well, so. Because yeah, they just need to bring and they can now, because one of the things was always as well, I could see that from there, and they're like, there is no problem with expertise. So many people are at max expertise. But then the thing was, that was done through watch halting. So if you kind of take that away, the problem will become self-evident anyway. So, yeah, let's take it to this. So, no, we need elite, and then also at 15. Actually, let me see if my stats now show correctly. No, yeah, what is this 151? Oh, do I have a crit damage button on this? No? Why does this have crit damage? Oh, wait, oh, because it has crit damage. Found it! Why does this thing that has crit damage have crit damage? The fool finally found it. I thought I already deducted. But yeah, I found it. I found my mistake. It was there, staring me in the face. Hi, I'm IKEA, and I'm an idiot. 100 item for DLC. Could be, yeah. We'll see what they are. Because yeah, for now we don't know. That's what I can. Well, depends on the price. I wouldn't sell my soul, but it's negotiable. Yeah. Is it perfect breadbasket? Good to go. PTS have the Brooklyn area. Actually, well, there's something Brooklyn-y. Let's go see. Actually, I'm gonna guess it's just not, because they would have said as well in the patch notes of like, hey, you can go to the Brooklyn area. That seems like an important thing to kind of put in there. Oh wait, there's a Division live stream. Just went live. Wait. Is it in the category? I'm not seeing it. Wait, let me just go the Division game, because that's the... Actually, that's... Oh, yeah, they are live. Huh. Oh, okay, they weren't close to the top. Yeah, there seems to be indeed a thingy there. Yeah, we'll watch out, of course. That's a given. It has 11 minutes. Well, in those 11 minutes, I'll just keep the volume low. We'll hear when they go like, hi. Let's quickly just check this, because I feel this one is kind of my duty to make sure that yeah, we're in the right talent bracket and stuff. Or in the right stat bracket. Smart cover in the expertise menu, yeah. So the expertise boost. Actually, yeah, not a bad call indeed. Smart cover. We don't have the skills themselves, so yeah, we can't actually go in there. Because yeah, you can expertise up front, but although actually it should show there, right? Actually, it doesn't, because I can't upgrade it. So unlike other skills where like the upgrade is available and then also it shows the stats here, because we don't own them, it doesn't show that, because normally it would like show here like what the upgrade bonus is. But I think that's the same as well if you're looking at New York skills on a character that hasn't done it. But yeah, we'll see what that is. Maybe at some point. This is doesn't blanket all new characters like used to. Doesn't. Wait, what was that? Don't do an original thing. No. No, pretty good call there, sir. I hadn't even thought about that. So. The new issue, it's probably duration. Well, this is a new AR. talent. Yeah, let's actually, so let's get matching numbers first. Maybe I put it at 5 until we are close to the stacks. Okay. Well, actually, so I need plus 87, of course, as well. No crits. Yeah, I'm not on full screen. You can't snip it. So what is the top one? It's 181. Why snippet tool? Keeps breaking, but I can roll it back there like that. Okay, so those numbers that doesn't line up. Oh wait, actually no, no, it's below it actually. So, wait, why is it below it? By a lot. What? For a second there, I thought it was going the other way actually, but it's not. It's going down. Was a skill on cooldown? Is this just not triggering? No, because that's also lower. Wait for a second. Oh, actually, it's 100 PTA rates. That's the thing. And then 87. Is this it? No, because that's also higher. What is happening here? That's a weird one. Actually, it should just show up in the weapon stat category here. Yeah, so 130 plus 87. That lines up. 90. Okay, there we go. We got there. Okay, so yeah, it is 87 weapon damage. So that aligns. And if we take these stats, let's say, so let's do 748, 50, 176. Okay, I can't type today. So let's do first off, or well, actually, this is streamline, or let's do LUD. Streamline stats. This block becomes this block. This becomes without 87. Let's put this to 30. So yeah, even at 30, 87 is 33%. Even at 30 grading for this. Ooh, oh, and thank you so much there, Big Red Tiger, for the raid there. As always, much appreciated. What's this timer looking? 4 minutes. Okay. In the corner there, just silliness happening there. But yeah, we had a good stream and such. Over here, we're doing some testing, as we always do, of course. But yeah, welcome in. Welcome in Raiders. Let's take the same numbers. Also, actually, a same number there. I'll actually plus 80. So this is from ass. Streamline. Or just, I'm not gonna actually, like, not actually gonna, I'll check the numbering and stuff later because we wanna check the stream in a second, but we can already, because this is at 80, this is just gonna beat the ever-loving hell out of the LUD, I feel. Because yeah, we also need Lexington afterwards as well. So let's have Lexington already. This is the handy thing about calculators. You don't need to actually have the stuff set up actually. Also, I feel Streamline is the perfect streamer weapon, right? Streamlined. 978. P416 give me the stand-in. 50. Although actually, I don't want the right reload. We're actually, I have one in the mailbox still, right? So 179. Yeah. The Lexington as well, just barely below the sustain on the LUD as well. Because yeah, the LUD, the Mark 16 is a decent sustainer. But I feel I'm still going with a FAMAS or yeah, Lexington, of course. Like, but 40% above the LUD there. Although, well, also yeah, like it's the talent because Lexington. So like if we take, actually let's do this double. So Lex, actually wait, let's do it actually for all of them. So we take this block, put this here instead, and then we take FAMAS. And this will be this one and this one, and then this can be over here. This one won't be with the 80. Although percentage-wise, it's going to be the same on all of them, but I just kind of want the hard number. So. Yeah, that looks right. And then this is and then I want inters in here as well. So this will be this divided by this is this divided by this is this divided by this is this divided by this, because actually these are all going to always be 30, 37, right? Wait, now, you know why is it different here than here? Oh, 80. Okay, yeah, so this is the 80%, of course. A zero grading. Because also if we do at minus 90, just all blue core basically, because we can do that as well in here. 57% for a full blue strike as a talent. What are we doing? I have questions.
Everyone. We are live. Yes.
We made it.
Welcome to this PTS stream.
Yeah.
We're about to show you some
let me
pretty
copy
nice
this.
eye candy. PTS is actually live, so some of you might have had some spoilers already logging into the PTS. But today we're going to show you everything that has to do with this new season that is coming, as we're about to start a very exciting year 7. What a start of the year. And actually even better as a start of the year, I am joined today with a new face and a new voice. Who are you, neighbor on my left?
Yeah, I am. Can you see here? I am.
Are you on my left or my
Lorenzoni.
right, actually, technically?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So yeah, I'm Leo Lorenzoni. So some people would see my name on Discord as Chancellor. I'm the new community developer here at Massive, working on the Division 2, and I'm pretty excited because I think there's no better way of starting this journey with such a passionate community by being here on a PTS stream, start off a new year, starting off a new season, a lot of cool stuff, a lot of things to cover. Super excited to be here, and yeah, welcome everyone. Welcome those that woke up very early. I know that the time for the stream is not the usual, so I really appreciate if you made to this.
So was this
stream,
announced somewhere?
Early in the morning?
Yeah. You heard it, people. He called you passionate, so keep it clean.
I heard that. So just to align expectations here, it's my 3rd week at Massive, so I still don't know the game as much as you guys know, so I'm going to be kind of the newbie here, the rookie. But I think I can manage very well. And just to be sure, this stream is about the PTS, so we're not going to cover Brooklyn. We're not going to talk about the DLC. Obviously, if you have some questions in the chat, we might get some answers by the end, but the focus here is the PTS, the new season. We have a schedule with everything that we're going to talk. We're going to talk about modifiers, new gear, journey, scout. So we're going to talk about the things that matters for you that are playing our test server this weekend. So save your questions for the end. We're going to cover them, and it's going to be, super cool. Yannick,
yes.
First of all, how we're going to start? We're going to start talking about the new season called Crossroads.
Yes, we're embarking on Crossroads, which is the new season. We are starting year 7, so we are at the crossroads. Really, this is a really meaningful moment for the Division 2. I think for all those of you that have been part of the journey throughout all those years. This is a new energy with which we're embarking into this year. We have the DLC coming. We have the new season. We are riding a wave.
That's our job.
So it's really a very big, important moment for us. And in this season,
but also I'd rather have these guys rather than just presenters.
Actually, we look towards the future, but we also kind of look back.
Because they do some corporate shit, but they're not doing like hype shit, right? Like I dislike that more.
Pretty much a lot of the design efforts we've been doing. It's since we're going back to Brooklyn with the DLC, well, why not revisit some of the Division 1 IDs and Division 1 nostalgia? And that's really that throwback ID, that throwback dynamic that we try to bring with us.
I kind of like Yannick, but I'm going to give him some shit here. Because we could literally call Yannick, and then as his nickname.
I heard.
We don't want to revisit ideas we've already done.
The reference to the Division 1, so I'm excited to see how
whatever his last name is, Banchero.
Everything that we prepared for this season, and we're gonna start
because they've literally said like we don't want to revisit old
modifiers, because that's something that we're
old ideas from Division 1, but then
it went the past 2 seasons, and modifiers this time they are kind of related to Division 1, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we did the first season with the range modifier. We did last season with Rogue Momentum, which obviously was already an improvement, and Rogue Momentum had was received positively, I would say, by some of you at least, and overall. So it's always hard to, how do we build on something that people liked? But with this modifier, we are actually, as you said, we're going to be exploring some of the ideas from Division 1. And the idea was mechanically, one of the super important thing in the RPG game of Division 1 was the attributes. You had 3 attributes, 1 red, 1 blue, 1 yellow, which were called, if I remember right, firearms.
Stamina and...
Yeah, I think it was called something else in Division 1. Toughness, sorry. I think it was called in Division 1. Toughness and electronics.
No, it was called stamina.
And we thought, what if
don't get that wrong.
What if we bring back that idea as a modifier?
Toughness was the
and so that's kind of what drove all
number
of the
derived from.
And then with that came the other ID as a throwback to Division 1 is what if we bring back the links from Division 1? So for those of you like me who were here 10 years ago on Division 1, You remember we had those links, which were those ultimate abilities you could trigger that would give you.
I mean, I was playing it last week, so I remember.
To turn around the fight.
I remember last week.
And so this is what we're bringing back in the form of the active modifiers. So you will see all of that in this PTS and with this season. So a lot of the mechanics of these modifiers are inspired by those two things. So I can show you. I'm ready. I'm in game. If we want to look at that,
I think some people noticed that you were in game.
People noticed me already.
Yeah.
So hello everyone in game. Hello everyone.
Oh, it's
in
just in
chat.
PTS. Interesting.
And
it's not in a. Is yes, usually they're in their own.
You've been eager to go
dev
live
server,
already.
basically.
Now this is your time to shine.
Yeah.
Please keep it clean.
Can I answer one of the questions from the chat already?
Okay,
because
sure.
We got people asking if I'm real Brazilian. Yes, I am real Brazilian. I don't know how. I don't think I mentioned that I'm Brazilian, but I think the accent tells a lot. So
You think the accent gives it away? I don't know. I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
No.
I think Brazilians
instant
have a very,
Brazilian, like it was either that or like
getting
Portuguese or something.
Other Brazilians accent. So yeah, I'm Brazilian, and salve para todo mundo aí em português também.
Yeah. You okay? Can
Bring
we
back
just
to
take
you,
1
T.
minute because you know where this is going. Just before we went live, Leo gave me a preview of his football broadcast commentary talents.
Yeah,
can you give us?
I've done that for a long time. American football as well. And I used to be like a radio host, so. Sometimes I would like just non-stop narrate a match for like 1 hour, and it'd be something like Ronaldinho passa para Ronaldo, vai passar para dentro da área, vai fazer o gol, you know, like that very specific characteristic of Brazilian narrators.
That's proper Brazilian.
Yeah. Now everyone knows that I'm Brazilian.
And yeah, this guy is actually a speaker because, or like somebody who's
Let's talk about modifiers.
Talking for a while because no us, no ums, no.
Have an accent since Yannick doesn't have one clearly. So no, you'll be the one with the accent compared to
pre-thought
my
sentences,
proper,
and it's coming out.
Yeah. All right. So speaking,
it's gonna make Yannick stand out even more with his
ums and
ahs.
But let's look at the modifiers. This is how talented I am at segue. So, all right. Global modifier. So we have the modifier hardcore. Once again, yes, all of that is already in patch notes. The PTS is already live. We're doing the stream a bit later this week. Somehow we've been busy. We've been cooking for Y7. So this one is a bit late compared to usual. You might know all of that already, but otherwise, let's go through that. So with this season, as I said, the modifier is called hardcore. You will have 3 attributes. You will have firearms, stamina, and electronics. Those attributes will basically give you bonuses the higher you rank in those attributes. You will get first some score in those attributes based on the cores that you have on your gear. So if you have 3 red cores, 2 blue cores, whatever, you will have that,
it's also on Steam
added
says
to your
anyone
score
have
in
a
those
fix?
attributes. And then as you
If you have it
NPCs,
through
have markers on them,
Epic
red,
or
yellow,
through
and
Steam,
blue. As you take down NPCs,
last
you
few
increase
times
that score,
I'm
and
pretty
so you reach
certain the PTS did not work
in each of
for
those
people that
attributes.
had those. That seems to have been a
The further you are
consistent
in these
issue. I'm not sure if
attributes,
there's
as I
any
said, the stronger the bonus.
way around that.
And then you get also an extra powerful.
But be sure to just
once
maybe
you
check
cap
on Reddit or
the
something, or maybe
attribute
ask it on
active
Reddit, because
So
there might be a
this is the
workaround,
main
but yeah.
dynamic we have here. One thing that is important, I'm actually gonna.
I'm pretty sure last few
jump
times
straight
I
to
heard
the
from
passive
people,
to
especially
mention
that had
one
like
thing that is
an
very
epic
important
that
with
they
this
couldn't.
season. We're bringing back again an idea that comes from Division 1. Is
Oh,
that
yeah,
your
yeah,
passives,
I
you
see.
see, are actually a bit stronger than passives we've had in previous seasons. And
Primesy.
there's a reason for that, is that they actually have tier requirements on the attributes. So what that means is, for example, this passive that I have here
At
loaded
least
up,
in there.
25% of your crit hit chance value is added to your crit hit damage while at tier 5 in firearms. So this one will only be active when I reach tier 5 in firearms. So there's a whole dynamic here that you need to take into account.
So if you lost this, if you go back to like tier 4, you lost the passive, right?
Yeah, the passive will be deactivated for the duration until you go back to tier 5.
And you activate again.
Yeah, if you're really attached to it, you can just build a build with 5 red cores, then you will be at tier 5 all the time. And then the passive will be active all the time. Or you have less red cores, you're not at tier 5, but then you need to actually take down the NPCs and play the score game to actually reach it.
Wait, so cores are 1 to 1?
Things that are pretty cool here. Why does crit chance
six
actually?
core.
Why do
Six
we
red
value it
cores.
so much here? There's one thing that's pretty interesting that we are doing for the first time in the Division 2 here, is that the firearms bonus you're getting here, you'll see gain a crit hit chance bonus that does not count towards the crit hit chance cap. So the bonus in crit hit chance you're gonna get from firearms is added on top of the cap. So if you're already at 60% crit hit chance, that bonus goes on top of that. So you can actually go beyond, which makes these kind of passives even more interesting and even more powerful. So once again, a lot of intricacies. I'm not going to go through all of that because honestly, I don't understand all of it. But you people will do. But let's
Isn't
just,
it literally your
passives
job
quickly.
to understand?
We have two types of passives. We have the simple
yeah,
ones, which are the ones that are connected directly to one of the attributes. So you have the ones that are connected to your stamina. So this one has a stamina requirement. You
Does
get
it
protection
show
points based
anywhere
on,
how much we're on?
each of the blue cores you have.
Maybe
You
if
have,
I'm in
of course,
the
electronics
combat.
ones, also based on your electronic score. You have
There's
6 of them, so 2 per color.
There's
basically.
an active vessel,
2 red, 2 blue, 2 yellow.
That
And
seems
then
like
we
a
have
lot.
hybrid
No, I mean,
ones.
80
Those
crit
require
chance.
a combination of red and blue,
the
blue and yellow,
crit
red and
component,
yellow,
another third
and a couple that are
on
actually
top,
for
damage-wise.
For all of the colors.
That's a lot.
So, see, for example, tier 5 on all attributes, you get a bonus in everything. So this is the way this works. And of course, on top of that, we have the active modifiers. We have 5 of them this season. So
that's like a
so let's look at them. First, I
50-ish% at like
well, I'm
160
going to start with
crits.
the target rich environment, which is an active that you can use to actually add marks.
A 0.5 modifier, basically.
To unmarked targets. So that's just going to help
As you know,
you
that
go up in score.
I don't know.
As
Well,
you do that.
on top of
And you also get I'm reading in the same time because I'm trying to refresh my memory.
I don't know because it's on the
stupid.
chance and it's not gonna
But
act in
yeah, you
additives.
also get a boost in the bonuses you get from the attributes when you have that. Also, you see passive modifier values are multiplied by 2 for the duration of the modifier. So this is really one that's just going to boost everything across the board. Then you have the links.
Oh, but wait.
So broken link is one that freezes your attributes and then gives you again boost your passive modifiers.
Okay.
And,
So 6 red core build is only on 4. So you can't just have 5 red cores the way that he said there and I'd be on tier 5 the whole time. Okay.
Obviously, each one of them is connected again to one mindset, to one color, red, blue, or yellow. So when you take the assault link, for example, when you use it, you're going to get directly tier 5 in firearms. And then you get those extra bonuses on top of the bonus from the firearms and the tier 5. So frozen again, double passive, plus 5% weapon damage
Oh,
for
that
every
one.
non-red core equipped.
But that's only when
there's
you
some
activate
interesting
it, right? It's
combinations
just
here
tier
you
5.
can do. And then the great thing about links is it also helps your teammates. And that's one thing that you'll see throughout this season is that we also try to have mechanics that are much more team-based and team-minded, and that's something that we did not necessarily deliver on in previous seasons, and we really wanted to try to focus on that with this season. So you'll see more of those. So a bit like the links you had in Division 1, again, when you would trigger it and then the whole team would be boosted. Those will do that as well. So on activation, allies within 10 meters are granted a boost to their firearm score, and the modifier's duration is increased by 3 seconds for each ally nearby.
Yeah, one thing that I heard, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the first time that we're going to deliver an active modifier for the players since the beginning, right? So Broken Link will be available for them since the beginning.
That's true. We will be giving you an active right from the get-go, which is going to be a change, and it's going to be pretty cool. That's also why we have 5, so you still have a few to unlock afterwards.
Yeah.
Cool. What else to say on this modifier? Sorry, not so much. Maybe I can just go and actually shoot things. How about that?
That's always a good way of showing.
How about I show it in action? Yes. I'm gonna do a very poor job at showing how it works because I'm going to.
Yeah. So
fail, but
after your quick
spam my question
explanation,
a few times.
The community might have their own opinions about how these changes have, why these changes were made. But my understanding is that we're trying to offer some rewards for people to try different builds, right? Different combinations that can give different types of bonus.
Yeah, I mean, we'd like people to explore and try things. So here the idea is that also, you know, with the links, as we've seen a link that
I'm also level
we've seen a link that actually, you know, a red link that gives you bonuses for all the non-red cores. So it's also trying more hybrid things, trying to, even if you want to be a DPS, maybe you don't have to
there, Massey.
completely lean into the red
Please
fantasy.
keep it
Maybe
to English?
The core
I have no idea
the
what you're saying there.
And the modifier in general can compensate for that. So you can try things that are maybe a bit more varied. So yeah, that's kind of what we want. That's kind of what we want to see. And you'll see, so the enemies have those markers on them. So you see the blue one here, for example, so that blue circle above the enemy. So this is how you know what markers they have. Those are also modifiers for them. So this is the hostile, or the equivalent of the hostile modifiers for this season.
Okay.
What they get gives them a bonus. So we can go through that afterwards because I don't know them by heart. So it's not just increasing your score when you take them down, but it's also good to know that when they have those markers, that means they're also more dangerous.
So when I see someone with the red marker, it means that by killing that enemy, I'm gonna get firearms points, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
But how long? That's the time.
By any chance in a place that I don't have enemies with markers.
But 5 seems to still be even for him. Like 5 seems to be a thing you have to activate.
Rich environment, so you can create your own.
Because he was full red as well,
the
right?
difficulty, but you can also benefit from
he has one blue
right?
port, maybe.
Yes. See, I triggered the active now, so I got my bonus. I don't know if this was a good time to do it, but anyway. Probably not a good time to do it because now I'm just chasing the NPCs instead of letting them come to me, but anyway.
And from the players who are just finishing Rogue Momentum, we're going from a season that is very based on fast-paced gameplay to be more tactical, right? So we want them to explore more these type of decisions, like activating the modifier in the right moment so you can benefit from that.
Yeah, there's a bit more, it's a bit more slow-paced, a bit more tactical, a bit more group-based as well. That's the hope anyway. As much as we can talk about tactical things with our hardcore players here that tend to just face tank and rush everything. But
I thought he was going to talk about it being a tactical shooter.
Make some decisions, some quick decisions, look at what are the markers on the NPCs, how to prioritize targets. I know that the fast pace of Rogue Momentum was well appreciated. I've seen some people saying they will miss especially the movement speed buff. I will miss it too, but therefore hopefully
you have it in your control to bring it back.
Then
we don't.
People will have noticed, I'm sure, but I'm playing with the Pacan already. We'll talk about that.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about gear. I have a lot of gear to show.
There's a lot of gear to show, yes. So yeah, there's a... I received hostages.
Yeah.
Look at me, yeah.
I wasn't aware of it either. Somebody just
All right, let's
brought
look at
it
the gear then. Because again,
they likely
the
tweeted
PTS
something
is already
about
live.
it.
I'm sure there's already people that are streaming the PTS and showing the modifier.
I'm thinking everybody that's streaming the PTS is watching this at this point.
I can maybe afterwards go back in the world and play a bit more.
Yeah. So yeah, we have the gears and we have. Should we start with Pacan?
Well, the thing is, the creative director is not the game designer.
Yes, we have the Pacan. So once
like
again, as far as gear goes, yes, Division 1 was a big inspiration here. The idea was like, can we bring back some items straight out from the first game, or at least some inspiration from them? And you will see that across a lot of the things we're bringing. The Pacan, though, it's straight out.
I mean, just the director position, even being somebody that,
so
like,
an MG, as you know,
gets used for publicity like this or something. That's already.
Weapon will give you a stack.
There's a few that do it, but
magazine size increase for the next magazine. So on your
even in a lot of games, like any like
plus 200%
section director is maybe going to show up on the stream, but not like
is a nice addition. So that's a fun one. And the reload time is actually very decent for an LMG with this one. So that's it's a bit more comfortable to reload.
Wait, does it have
what
a
do we have in
reload
here
buff?
as
No.
well that we can talk about? We have those two named weapons. We have the Lud and the Purist. And these actually have the new talent, Streamline, in perfect version because they are named here. And Streamline is actually renamed, but this is a return of Focused from the first game, which was the talent that gave you increased weapon damage when no skills were on cooldown.
Oh, yeah.
So you see those two with a very nice 87%. 87%. It's a lot.
It's a lot.
Weapon damage when no skills are on cooldown. So go, red builds.
Everything is up to balance, right? So
Yeah.
the main thing here about a PTS is making sure that we can break the game. So when we release,
Could somebody else spam the question of like, why is this 87%? I'm spamming the question of how the watch outs work.
Yeah,
I'm more interested in that, like
send
this
your
number.
questions, but we're gonna cover all the questions by the end. We're gonna have some few already. Our CMs are helping us to collect them. What else do we have?
All right, so we have the Tinkerer,
The mask.
the new mask, and so this one is for Division 1 players. You will recognize the fingerprint of Alpha Bridge here. And so the idea is if your primary and secondary weapons are not exotic or named and of the same type, the second weapon's talent will be applied to the primary weapon. So what this means is just if you have two assault rifles that are not exotic or named, you will combine their talents.
So whether it's First Sight, Lexington, or White Death,
on the first one. So this will allow you to have two talents on a weapon, which should make up for the fact that it's not named or exotic. There's probably some combinations there that we're going to regret. But yeah, and this was the main functionality of the Alpha Bridge gear set in Division 1. We did not bring it back as a gear set. We made it an exotic functionality here.
Although, well, that's half of it.
A lot of fun combinations that we're going
Alpha
to see
Bridge was
this
also
one
about
and maybe a
triggering
bit
the
of a
links.
reshuffle of some meta builds. It's going to be interesting.
And the holster.
You want the holster? Okay.
I want the holster.
You want the holster. Well, it's very simply called the Nimble holster because it brings back Nimble. And Nimble was a talent in Division 1 as well, which was the idea, or the talent describes, receive repairs of 5% of your total armor for every 1 meter run in cover to cover. And damage taken while doing a cover to cover is healed over 10 seconds. So this is basically, a bit like how Nimble worked in Division 1. You do cover to cover.
That second one wasn't
as you
Nimble
do
in Division 1.
so it might be an interesting one for survivability, maybe for some more solo players. It's going to be interesting to try it out.
Just a quick reminder here.
Oh, what's the
because some
PvP
people
stats on
noticed that when you were showing the mask, the beard was clipping through the mask. It's the PTS version, so we have a lot of work to do until
It's the same amount.
Release.
That can't go in like that for
my beard
PvP.
clipping through the mask. I think that's
The holster.
I think it's something.
There's a 20 meter cover to cover
it's-
for a full
it's something.
heal. Like that's
all right.
way too good.
We have the new gear set, measured assembly. As the name implies, here we are seeing a reinterpretation of final measure. For those of you who remember. Now this one is a bit different, but the spirit is still here. So what it does on the 4-piece talent,
And I'm very
you
happy
plus
to have
one
like
skill tier for each ally agent that is within the range of your hive
somebody
or
on the
smart
developer
cover.
or like on
You
the
will unlock smart cover by owning the Brooklyn DLC.
development studio ends
While at skill
actually.
tier 6,
But it's not
having
a
at least one
developer.
ally agent in the range of your hive or smart cover for 4 seconds will grant overcharge for 15 seconds. And finally, and the coolest part, which is the final measure part, mortars and enemy skills that enter the range of your hive or smart cover will be destroyed with a cooldown. So this is one that's kind of a team-based, again, gear set because you get boosted for each ally that is within range of your skills. Skills that themselves boost your allies, so everybody wins. But more importantly, it just soaks the skill proxies and dangerous things that the enemies are throwing at you. The way that Final Measure used to soak the grenades that were thrown at you in Division 1. So that's going to be also interesting.
Is it also
how
gonna
people play
okay.
around with this.
Cool.
No, you moved to Australia, yeah. Good day, mate.
I can talk about the brand set quickly because once again, it's.
I'm just up here while I'm having some shrimp on the barbie.
Which is
why did it kind of go like
the threat? So in Division
like
1 you had this,
kinda-
and we thought, hey, what about bringing this kind of things to
Hey,
brands as
governor.
well? So now you have this brand that will give you
you go that kind of
plus
English on
the
it?
second piece would give you plus 100% increased threat. So again, interesting to see if Team Dynamics
Slightly down
can see
under,
some
yeah.
more aggro-based roles or tank roles that could potentially benefit from that. And the cool thing
Feeling the pain.
is we have the named version in the knee pads that are bugged on the PTS, but will be fixed
shit.
because they will have the perfect attribute version of this. Which
I was
is
checking
actually
something in my
reduced
other
threat.
window, but that
so you'll be
pauses
able
the
to play
stream.
around
actually,
with
so
that.
Yeah, we released the known issues. We know a lot of them, but please
Or here,
feel free
actually,
to,
not here,
to
but it's
report
gonna
as
be-
well if you find any. But yeah,
Yeah.
we have the known issues
Yeah.
updated.
Your increased threat will become reduced threat. You're not going to get both increased and reduced. That would be stupid.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. A brand bonus being
Holster,
altered by a name
Kraken,
item. That's neat.
mask, brand set, gear set, named weapons. Went through everything. I think we
Yeah.
talk about the
I see you people in chat making fun of the fact that there is a bug.
you talk about the Pierce inlet, right?
Of the what?
The named
Yeah.
weapons.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've shown the weapons, yeah.
yeah. So there's one more surprise that we have for this, right? Because there's another gear that it's a reference to the Division 1. That's the one strap backpack, right?
Yes.
What?
Okay. Can you show
I
us?
don't have it. We need.
You don't have it?
I hope we have an image of that.
Ah, okay, we have, yeah. Okay, you're seeing
Okay.
there. All
So
right.
this is not on me, but yes, finally, we did it. We cracked it. We have the technology. After years
still
and
gonna
years
look
and
weird
years of
and-
research. I wish we had a TV ad where we would see scientists doing some research. That's almost how we work. But no, this is mostly talent from our art team. But
what-
yes,
what is-
we
are
are
these
able
apparel?
to bring one-strap backpacks into the Division 2. There are some caveats. There's going to be some specific requirements. It only works with vest, but actually hide the chest piece because we can't have it show when there is a chest piece.
Why not just when you equip it, it just hides the chest? Oh, that would
I
work
have,
on
and
it.
only on shirts and uniforms they have space for it in front.
Yeah, so only there's space in front for it. So once again, it's not going to work with everything, but we should be able to expand on that moving forward. But yes, finally, we're going to start seeing some one-strap backpacks in the Division 2.
Yeah, I just arrived in
let's
this community.
strap
but it seems
on.
like a very popular thing, so I'm glad that we
wait.
did it.
Yes, it was worth it.
Okay.
Was it worth it?
so-
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
let's go for the
give
questions.
zero
So
shits
I'll
about
take my
this
money,
person.
don't worry, we will take your money.
Do you wanna cover anything else, or should I go for the questions? That we got?
Shut up and let me
It's
keep
not
my
all
money.
just going to be monetized, by the way. There will be some gameplay rewards as well for this one-strap backpack. We are not that evil. Yeah, no. So maybe I should actually go to. Yeah, there's a couple of things I want to show. If that's okay.
It's not
Of
okay.
course.
Is it okay,
I
Leo?
just arrived.
You're the host. You tell me.
Yeah. It's okay. I gave
You're
you
allowed.
permission. Yeah.
You're new here, but you're allowed to
Very
tell me
right.
to just shut my mouth.
Yeah. No, I will.
Good.
Your
You may
time
pay
will
the
come.
you may pay the price later, but
Your
that
time will come.
That will be off screen. Okay, couple of things I want to show. Actually, let's start here because let's talk about that. So yes, there was a question on scavenging points. So let's talk about that. And this one is a change that's been long overdue. And I mean, you might not all be happy about it, but it had to happen. People used to be able to get their scavenging points back by just starting a new character, leveling up to like at level 30 if you're on Warlords of New York, bring it to 40, get your scavenging points, get materials, rinse and repeat. As you may know, with Brooklyn, we're going to be introducing a level 40 boost. So you will be able to start level 40. And that's an issue with scavenging, amongst other things. Because then that practice would become actually quite game breaking. So now was the time to act. Once again, it's not just because of that. It's something we've wanted to revisit for some time. So with this season, we are going to make the change that now the scavenging points will be spent once per account. So when you spend a scavenging point, no matter which character,
with the 5 times nowadays and stuff,
this is on the other characters by itself. It is spent once. That being said, what we are doing to try to soften the deal is that we're going to give all of you your scavenging points back once. So what that means is that for me, you see on my account, I am shade level 567. Don't make fun. I know I'm a noob compared to a lot of you. And that means when I will log in on day one,
You're also a pro
when the season launches, I will be granted 113 scavenging points on top of the ones I have spent already. So we're going to allow you to respend them one more
empty
time,
them out before.
But this will be the last time you get scavenging points for free. After that, once you get them, you spend them and they're spent. They're spent on materials that are shared across the account anyway. So
main again though, can I opt out?
But you will not be able to get them again. And this is very important for us for the health of the game moving forward.
Okay. And
fully on board.
If you still want to do that, you have a month ahead of you to still do that practice before we fix it.
And I have the other thing that I might know what you're looking for. Is the journey, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm starting reading your mind now. I'm gonna get good at this.
It's called the sandwich, right? I show the cool stuff and the stuff that's a bit more controversial and not good stuff again. All right. So you need new ways to farm materials. Don't worry, there will be new ways. We're also going to have events where you can get more materials and all of that. So this is not us saying you're not allowed to have materials. We just want you to get materials the way it's meant to be obtained.
All on board.
All right. So
a
couple of things that are going to change with this season on the journey.
But the thing is, though, on main account, I'm going to get a reset to like
you will now
30,000 watch points. I'm never going to need
on your journey with your team, as in when you have to do kills, when you have to do things like that.
Because actually, on main account, I like not having watch outs.
Everybody gets credited
scrounging
for the achievements or for the ticks, which means that you're no longer going to have to sometimes actually play solo just to progress your journey because playing in a group was actually penalizing you. This goes in that direction again of trying to be trying to have a season that is a bit more encouraging team play. So now you're actually going to be rewarded for it on your journey. And then the other thing,
because there was a ton of things that you just had to do solo,
structure like once again,
being in a group, unless the group is like actively helping
what it used to be. So just like last season, we are going to have mission 1 and 2 that are optional, and these are more low-level minded objectives for people that are going through the progression from level 1 to 40, so they can start progressing their journey.
My mind there went, there were field proficiency caches. I was like, I'll get those on level 30 for watch alt runs. Oh yeah,
this time is we've changed the way we are distributing the modifiers, and you're actually going to unlock passive modifiers and active modifiers through your mission journey. So that's
we all gathered here today.
What's new is it doesn't show here because once again PTS and the UI is still being worked on. But the passive modifiers are actually rewarded as objective rewards. So
that's where
each one of those 3
does it show?
Mission will have 2 objectives that are going to each grant you a passive modifier.
Okay.
And each one of those 3 missions also give you one of those links as a reward. Now the cool thing is that once you complete mission 3, all 3 of them will unlock together, and all 3 of them will progress at the same time. So you get to decide which one you want to prioritize, but you don't have to do them sequentially. You can do all 3 of them at the same time, and you can decide if you want to target the assault one, the security one, the tech one, and you will get the passive modifiers also as part of that. Once you reach a specific threshold in their progression, then you unlock mission 7, and mission 7 will have the other passive modifiers, the hybrid passive modifiers are going to be assigned also to objectives here. So this is a bit, you gain a bit more control over your progression, but overall the progression is also going to be faster because once again, team kills will count towards your progression, and all those 3 missions will actually be unlocked at the same time and progress at the same time.
And then 7 as well, right? Yeah,
Okay. Do you want to answer some questions now?
I'm trying to think, is there something else? But let's see if we have questions first.
Okay,
I do have questions first.
Ongoing directive will get benefit from Pacan.
That's a very good question.
Do you have a very good answer?
I don't have an answer to that.
That's fine. Should I go to the next one then?
Yeah.
The Pacan talent seems to be based off the base mag of 40. Is that intended?
No, that shouldn't be. I don't know, because I guess you have you have the plus 20 rounds here. That's a good question. I don't know. I'm not the designer who designed it, so we will need to get back to you on that and see.
Okay, next one. Which exotic is in the climax mission?
Which what? Sorry.
Which exotic?
Which one? Which exotic?
Is in the climax.
I don't remember. Help me out. Isn't that in the patch notes?
No,
it's not. I so as well. We have a lot of questions and 0 answers so far, but we're gonna get better.
I can prepare to do my speech, but not to answer questions. It's not the Pacan. It's one of the other two. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be here.
No, I don't have it.
I see a lot of questions in chat about Lexington. We know. Some of you missed the Lexington, didn't get it. You want other opportunities to get the Lexington. We know.
Yeah, it's not on patch notes as well. All right. It's the mask. Okay, I got the answer.
It's the mask.
It's the mask.
Okay, cool.
Well, that's fine.
Cool. So it's
we'll have enough
toys
to play with starting out, and then we'll have something to be excited about
behind the screen
with climax.
Okay.
It'll be a real climax.
Made available on PTS.
Yes, they're all on the PTS. Yeah, you get all of them from the cache at the vendor.
Okay.
And you get all the modifiers unlocked, so you can try out all the things.
I'm jumping to the modifiers question now. Can we get a matchmake system to select if you want matchmake with players who have modifiers disabled or enabled?
Well, that should be already the case, right? Normally, we've made the change so that if you have your modifier disabled, you're only matchmaking with people who don't have modifier enabled. I think I'm trying to remember. These are all discussions, but we changed the matchmaking already. Was it last season or the season before that, to take the modifier status into account? So unless I'm mistaken, this is already in the game.
Okay, so now this is not a question, it's a feedback that I would like you to comment. Someone said that we need the nerfs removed so playing without the seasonal modifiers isn't as tedious and cumbersome.
Nerfs removed? What nerfs? Yeah.
I'm guessing that it's like the changes in general.
There's only been buffs almost. What?
We'd rather you play with the modifier. So we are trying to make it as fun as possible to play with the modifier. You can always choose to turn it off, but most of the season is built around that. So that's kind of our intention, to try to convince you to play with it.
Okay, that's a good one. How long will the PTS be going for? Is there a release when this new season comes out?
So yeah, the PTS is scheduled for 3 days?
Will it just be one PTS as well? Actually, I just assumed it was just going to be 2.
Please send us all the feedback you can get.
Last time they specifically said it's 1.
Into account, as we've said, all the values here, everything is up for discussion. So do let us know how it feels. And the season will come out on a date that you know, which is May 27th. So the same day as the launch of the Brooklyn DLC. It's a big day for us.
Yeah, we're gonna have everything there, and we got some questions about the DLC. I'm gonna go to them now. Then we come back to the year 7. So some people ask about new level cap of 50 for the DLC.
No, we are not increasing the level cap with the DLC. So the level cap remains at 40. It is the same. So you're not going to have to regrind your gear. You're not going to have to change anything. If you're going there level 40, you can already, the DLC will adapt to your world difficulty as well. So if you're usually playing in Heroic, the DLC will directly be in Heroic. And we are not raising level cap.
Oh, we don't have to do the missions on story. Oh, we don't have to do a story.
We don't have any
True.
gameplay proposition with the DLC to justify a level cap increase. So
Nice.
if it's just
Oh, I didn't even consider that.
you
at
know,
all.
a hidden wipe to force you to
Yeah.
grind the same gear.
Because
That's
yeah,
not
the Wony,
interesting.
for
So we
instance,
just wanna
first
do
time
that.
through, your level like you would level through, but now at 40, you just go there and you have to. You're forced to
No,
start.
there are no radar incursion included in the DLC. What you see is what you get. That's what we've revealed a few days ago. So you'll get the map with the 2 name zones, the missions, the skill, the level 40, the 50 stash space. I'm trying to remember the checklist of everything that comes with the DLC. The hunters, all the open world stuff, but there is no radar incursion included.
Okay, question regarding the expansion. Will it have trophies, achievements?
Commendations.
I don't remember.
Also a good question. Will I have to pay for the new DLC if I have the Ultimate version?
Yes.
If you have the previous Ultimate version, yes, you will have to pay for the DLC. We are changing the offering of the Ultimate Edition for new buyers, so that will include the DLC with a price that is adjusted, of course. If you bought the Ultimate Edition in the past, even though it's called the same,
Is that what the
it's not the same
translation
version,
of
so you
this?
have to buy the DLC.
I was gonna go do it after this, but
And
I can't use that window over
When
there.
can I pre-order new DLC?
I have no idea.
You don't know that, but you can answer if we're gonna have new skills, because we released the showcase 2 days ago, so we have a new skill, right?
Yeah. We have the new skill. We have Smart Cover that is also a throwback to Division 1, and that will be exclusive to DLC owners. Once you have it, you can use it in the rest of the game. It's the same model as in Warlords of New York, where we had skills that were connected to the DLC. So you will unlock it as part of your progression in the DLC, and then you get to keep it.
Cool. Going back to the modifier, to the gear.
No, I'm just curious.
So we were talking about.
Because Masi, if you're
one of the
either
talents, I believe that
I asked
it
you
says that
already,
no skills on cooldown. Someone want to clarify
Can't
that better.
do
like
it in
does
English.
that mean
We'll
that
have to
both
mute
skills
you.
must be active, being used for the talent, or can both skills not be used
wait,
at
are
all,
they trying to
and the talent
insult me?
will proc?
Like you're getting double
we can
blocked.
try it out, to be honest.
Easily.
But,
You can't hold to the right
I mean,
language
both
and then,
skills
or to
are
a language that is asked of you
not
to.
active, you will get the bonus.
Yeah.
Another question is, do you get it when both skills are active? I know it doesn't work with the shield, so let's see what I have here.
Curious what the earlier stuff was. There.
Are you on hard or normal? No, right now I'm on challenging. I know that it might make some people laugh, but the point here is not to show you my skills, which I have very little of anyway.
Is it right? Imagine trying to insult someone in a language that they
So
don't even
this would
speak.
be, I guess,
A level of. They seem to just be shit talking.
I don't know if the talent is gonna show. That's the problem. I would need to go to the shooting range probably. Can take more questions while I try to try this out and we see what happens.
So people are asking to buff Ouroboros and Eagle Bearer for PvE. What's your take?
Ouroboros and Eagle Bearer for PvE?
PvE, yeah.
Oh, is it
Maybe.
Italian? Divide the ears.
I know that some people
You know what?
still miss
We're
the
just
old
gonna
Eagle
take the
Bearer
easy way
before we
out.
made the changes to it, so I'm not surprised to hear that.
We'll do that to them.
Will talents double, like killer plus killer?
Get out of here.
That's one of the questions I get.
I don't understand the question.
If the
It
talent
seems to
will
be
double,
shit
I feel
talking the
like
devs
you're
and
gonna
me.
have
Kind of.
If you
talents.
no, you can't get twice the same talent.
You cannot.
No,
Okay.
that was with the
Will the patient's talent ever be reintroduced?
I don't know. Not with this season anyway. So I can't talk in the future. I can't say yes or no for sure. But I've seen people in chat saying, for the questions are I don't know.
No,
But
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I
It's
don't
part
know
of it,
things
yeah.
in the game.
Nothing
Will
else.
the
Just
broken armor bug
I asked
ever
them
be
twice
fixed?
to go to a different language or to
I'm not the one fixing the bugs. Yes, I hope.
a language that
That's the goal,
is
right?
I hope
Fix all the bugs?
understood.
Yeah.
Cool.
They didn't that already. Although we'll just put them in timeout for now. Actually.
Are we getting a leaderboard reset in year 7?
Not planned right now, but yes, leaderboard resets on a seasonal basis is something that would be interesting, yeah.
Okay. Is there a new high variant with smart cover?
A new high variant with smart cover?
Yeah, that's the question.
No. No, it's not connected. I mean, yes, the gear set applies to the Hive as well, but it's the Hive as it exists today.
Will there be a chance that we'll update the maps in conflict?
Update the maps in conflict?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, one day I hope, and I know that there's a PvP crowd in chat here. I know there's been questions on PvP and people saying that there's not much again for PvP players in this update. That's true. I know every update you come with hope that we're gonna have some big PvP changes, and very often we don't. There are some elements here that are going to play a role in PvP, so hopefully it's going to reshuffle things. But of course, once again, no big focus on PvP with this update.
Okay, let me go through the. About the DLC, the question about if you can pre-order, you can wishlist on Connect already. So there's a link for that. Just so if you wanna pre-order it as soon as possible, there's a way for you to wishlist. And also we got some people talking about the Twitch drops issue from the 23rd. So we're looking into it, but it might take some time for the rewards to show up depending on the platform that you are. So I know that some people are frustrated about that. We are investigating, but
I got mine.
Depends on your platform and how long it's taking to being given. So yeah, we will give more updates as soon as we have more.
Yeah. Casual player asking, please swap the climax exotic. Why? Because you want the mask. Remember, the exotic that is assigned to the climax is not it's not exclusive to the master climax, right? You always have the chance to get it as part of the normal climax. Yes, that means it comes towards the end of the season.
Unlikely it's done for console or something, or specific console.
And then we see where we land.
Would guess.
Will there be a cap on expertise?
We're talking about expertise. We'll talk about more about that in the future. But that's on the table, yes.
Okay. Can I have bigger groups playing?
Bigger groups?
Bigger groups.
No.
Nope.
the entire infrastructure of the game.
But we don't have plans to make bigger ones.
Okay, another question about increasing stuff. So wouldn't there be a way to increase the composition of builds from 16 to 20 or 30?
What, loadouts? That's what this is referring to?
Yeah, composition of builds. That's the whole question. So I honestly don't know.
In attributes, otherwise I don't know.
Yeah, let me check what else.
I missed the answers there, but they didn't answer anything about streamlined, right?
One associated to DLC. We've said no radar incursion.
I'll go back and watch that section because I was kind of distracted by.
What else do I have here?
Can we get a 5th character? No, we've dropped that idea some time ago. We had talked about bringing a 5th character when we were talking about doing seasonal characters a long time ago. We are no longer talking about that. So this bad
we'll go this way, right? Actually,
the 5th character also kind of died down. Instead, we've been using the kind of the safe space that we had allowed ourselves to use.
I'd give up my whole stash for a 5th character slot. I wouldn't even no stash
existing
poof.
7th gear piece? No, we don't have plans to have a 7th gear piece anytime soon.
Would there be one size update? Warlords of New York update?
First, we are making this DLC. We'll see what the future brings, but let's finish that DLC first.
Thank you for this meal. Can we have another, sir?
True Patriot and System Corruption buff, please.
Yeah,
System Corruption I didn't comment on. True Patriot,
no rebalance.
I said that we do want to revisit it. We will at some point. When we find the time to get
slap this in there. Also, the other one would be
people are asking about a Kelso Rogue outfit. Do you have any comments about that?
No.
Nope. Okay. What else? A lot of questions about leaderboards we got. About the blueprints. Do you want to talk more about that? Because some people mentioned that in the chat.
I guess the question is about the old blueprints that still have not come back, and that every stream I say yes, I'm going to talk to the team to see, and every stream I still come back and I don't have news, and I still don't have news. It's on the radar. It's just it might sound simple and it might not be hard to do. It's just a question of priority and having the time and mind space to look at it.
Yeah, and if you have more questions, please let us know in the chat. I'm going through the ones that I have here, but I'm saying that people are very excited about asking questions. Yeah.
Will you increase the number of people in the clan? Not right now. I hope we'll get to revisit clans at some point in the future, but we don't have any concrete plans at the moment. Can you do a backflip? Me? No. Leo, I don't know, but...
do a barrel roll, question mark.
More raids if we buy the DLC 10 times. I mean, you're welcome to buy the DLC 10 times. You're still only going to get it once on your account, though, so I would not advise that.
But what if I have 10 accounts?
And I don't know that this would necessarily influence the raid discussion that much, so use your money on other things. Buy the DLC once. That helps.
Could care less about it. That's quite the statement to make there, Snowy Dog. I disagree fully.
Well, we have new things that are going to be coming, and
because if you don't care, why even do this? Why even? The game was like slated for just being sunset after year 2. It didn't.
I think so.
Like. Some of these bastards, especially Yannick, likely fought to kind of keep it going.
We have new customization, new type of customization.
I have no idea why you would even have that feeling unless you're kind of like in a community that just shit talks devs. There's plenty of like those kind of discourse.
Like for your character, for example, or new slots of customization or whatever. This is not something.
Get answered because of the I mean, they're just grabbing some questions. They answered already, for instance, the like what watch-alts and stuff was going to become.
The 8 Brooklyn Hunters will be in Brooklyn.
But also we have had plenty of actual good answers here.
We're not adding
what is the part of the
Hunters to the Washington DC or Manhattan?
Like what is the thing tied to the climax missions? Some of the other things. There's always, of course, repeated questions and stuff, but. Because a lot of these just have to kind of just.
Okay.
But there's also given answers when
we are again. It's I have that speed every time, so I know it's gonna sound old. But yeah, we do take actions all the time against cheaters. We just don't comment on it, but we do. And yes, there may be cheaters that we haven't caught. There may be some that you know, that you've seen, that you've reported, but haven't been punished. It's a process. But that doesn't mean we are not doing anything.
I mean, their streams have always been like this, right? The thing is, if you like
more loadout slots.
Otherwise, it becomes literally just that video.
Basically. I don't know.
You know,
I would like
a pre-prepared video, because that solves all of these issues. But I'd rather have them be just
how is that going to influence the performance?
Jump on and answer questions. An issue is going to be like their streams are far enough apart. Like if they do a weekly stream or something, after a while you can just have a, or they should just make a FAQ.
If you purchase Brooklyn, you will get 50 stash space on top of that. So
they should just make a link to a FAQ to kind of put all the common questions there and go like, hey, don't ask any questions from the FAQ.
And loadout is a bit the same. It's all, extra data that we need to save.
We have someone asking for the one-strap backpack, when we're going to have it. It's going to be on the new season, year 7, season 1. We covered that. I don't know if the person missed or asking like, okay, you show the thing when we can get it. But yeah. What else do we have here?
Can we get more raids? Yes, I wish we could get more raids.
This
raids
is
are very
all
hard to make.
All the questions just pop up.
It's a big ask.
These questions are there.
But
annoyingly, it's just.
I would like to be able to make more.
Yeah. It's more of a community issue than it is a dev issue.
Am I aging? Yes, I am. I can tell you. I am aging. I feel it.
I must confess that I never faced aging so much as I've done recently.
Yeah, there's a point where it just hits you.
Yeah. For me, it was yesterday. It was my birthday. Then I realized, oh my God, I'm getting old.
Can the new DLC be bought with premium credits or only real money? No, it's going to have to be real money. You can't buy the DLC with premium credits.
You can buy it with fake money that you bought with real money.
Yannick, new I've seen your question a few times, Sector. Sorry for not picking it up, but I'm not sure what you mean. Yannick, new minimap in the next season. I don't know what you mean with new minimap. Do you want to be able to customize it, or can we get an open all cache option so we're not going through our textile one cache at a time? Yes, I agree. That would be great. I think it's actually quite tricky because there's a lot of edge cases we need to take into account, because a lot of things can go wrong if you open everything at once. And where do we put everything? What if you reach a cap, and where do we put that, and whatever. But yes, that's definitely
I mean, that's
high on the priority
super
list of
easily
quality of life we would like to
solvable.
do. Can we get the dino suit? Digitical, I see you. I've told you already. No, I don't know. I'm not ready.
We are not prepared.
Are we gonna have the apparel event back? Not in its current, or not in the previous form. Like we are exploring bringing back events that are going to be distributing cosmetics in a different way. Something closer to the way apparel events used to be, but not exactly the same way. We want something that's a bit more fun and a bit more interesting gameplay rather than just grinding to get keys.
Let's put more apparel in Journey.
Plans to rework exotic talents no one uses. Plans is a big word, but yes, we want to revisit some exotics and some items in general. We've done a big balancing pass in the past already. There are more balancing changes we want to do, but also potentially revisits and redesigns are not off the table. So there may be in the future we may
basically also means there's no rebalance in this
the less popular, less performing
or in this
items,
season,
and see how we can actually make them.
It's also with the DLC.
Any chance we can get back the old Descent comms, those we missed?
Well, it's same. We don't have a solution right now, but yes, that's something we'd like to be able to do.
That's already
Just
like
need to find the right way to do that.
Someone asked about the new buyer's clarification when you told about the Ultimate Edition.
Someone asked for what? Sorry.
Like when you mentioned about the Ultimate Edition that is not gonna contain the new DLC. Can you clarify that a little bit more?
Sure. People who bought the Ultimate Edition in the past, the old one, that one does not include the Brooklyn DLC. We are updating the editions now, so the new Ultimate Edition will include the Brooklyn DLC. If you purchase it in the coming days, double check, make sure, because not everything is updated everywhere. So please make sure that you double check before purchasing what is listed as included. But people who bought it in the past, before we announced or before we revealed Brooklyn, for sure Brooklyn is not included in that Ultimate Edition. It's an old format, so you will need to purchase the DLC.
I mean, the Ultimate Edition also existed before WONI.
So. It's called the same, but consider the new Ultimate as the Ultimate.
Well, it's actually the Ultimate.
The name, but it's a different edition compared to the old one.
It's third version.
Is Division 3 planned? Well, there is a Division 3 in the works, but we are not here to talk about it. We are here to talk about Division 2.
this is a Division 2 live stream. So
a Division 2 update that contains a lot of Division 1.
Division 1 today.
Yes, that's true. And
we made the same joke.
And Brazilian football for some reason. I don't know why. I noticed how many Brazilians were in the chat. I'm not going to...
And live, yeah, that would be live after the
You're not
World
going to
Stream.
understand
Yeah.
that.
I should wonder why that isn't.
Someone asked about the... I'm just remember a question that I saw about the new hunters. If there are 8 new hunters or 8 riddles for a hunter.
I know the answer. I'm trying to think, should I answer that or should I just be cryptic? Because...
You can. I think
it's gotta be
valid
more.
as
It's
well.
8 riddles, right? It's always been 8.
No, it's,
anyway.
there are 8 riddles leading to 8 hunters.
Oh, okay. 1 per encounter.
Okay.
You guys thought about adding cloaks as a priority in the game.
We have 1
We can
cloak.
have cloaks when we do uniforms.
We'll have
we
2
don't
actually.
Cloaks as a separate item. I mean cloaks, but depends what kind of cloak. But we've done some of them when it's a uniform. Because the moment it covers both the body and the legs, then it needs to be 1 piece. It can't be 2 different ones. We've done a few of those. It's usually fun. People tend to like them. So yeah, you may see more of those in the future. Is there any chance of the Lexington making a return? I commented on that already, but I know I've said we know that you want the Lexington. I'm not saying it's gonna come back or it's not. I just say don't worry, you're heard. Processing of specializations. What are you talking about? The spec revamp? I would assume this is kind of what this is about. I'm not sure, but the old spec revamp we had announced a long time ago has been put on ice a while ago, and we haven't revisited.
I still have no
yet.
idea what people want from a
Still
spec
something
revamp.
we'd
Like
to do at
spec
some point,
is
maybe not in
the
that form, but
specializations is
revisiting, specializations to make
one
them
of the
more
places where it's
interesting.
actually
Something we'd like
balanced.
to do. It's just not.
Like just
not
the
priority right
weapons
now.
need to be quality of life to be just. You spend the 45 points, you get it in all categories.
When does the season release on consoles? Same date as everybody else, May 27th. Do you have a Scorpio yet, Yannick? No, I do not. I do not.
What? How not?
So, I don't know where exactly it was, but someone asked about the scavenging points. Can you go back to that a little bit and talk about the loophole? Like, clarify a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. So again, the idea with the scavenging points, what we wanted to change is we wanted to change the fact that you could just
It's going
get
from
them
character
over and over again,
white to
because of
or
the way
character
the game
dependent
is
on
built,
account.
where you get all your points again when you start
Easy
a new
way to
character,
explain
all your shade points. To spend again, which is fine when you want to spend them on the stats, because you need to be able to reallocate them. But spending them again on scavenging points was not necessarily the design we intended to begin with. So we wanted to fix that.
Is that initial 800
and,
though? Not.
And
It's
we're
only
fixing it now
or is
because
it
it's
only
gonna become
scavenger
even more
points?
of an issue with Brooklyn coming and people being able to create characters directly at level 40. In which case they could just create a character, spend the scavenging point, delete, rinse and repeat. So the change we are making is that now scavenging points are
They're specifically said now.
So when you spend them, they are spent for the whole account. So even if you create new characters, you will not get that point back. You will only get new points moving forward. And then once that new point is spent, again, it's gone and you cannot spend it again on other characters. So that means 1 point is 1 point, and not 1 point is an infinite amount of points based on how many characters you can create. That's a necessary step to ensure the health of the game moving forward. What we're going to do, what you're going to see with this season when this change comes into account is, though, as a final kind of gift to try to make that a bit better, we are going to grant you as many scavenging points as you've had once again. So I showed on my account, I basically had a total of 113 scavenging points based on my shade level. So I got 113 again, even though I already spent them in the past. So when you're going to log in on day one, when this update comes out, you will you will have a bunch of free scavenging points that are going to be granted to you, but you can only spend them once. And once again, every new scavenging point you unlock moving forward will only be spent once as well.
And that won't be retroactive. Like for people that already spent more points, it's not going to take something away from them, right?
No, we are not, just to be clear, yes, we are not taking anything away. We are not removing any of the materials you gained. We are not reimbursing points or anything like that. We are just going to grant you the exact same amount of points as what your character should get, but that will only be once.
There's a lot of spending to do before before the next season.
Oh, chat is going fast.
Gonna just optimize everything in my stash or something.
Yeah.
I feel.
Any plans for adding more legendary missions? Same that goes on the bucket of things we would like to do, potentially, but no concrete plans yet.
That's why with more back initiative. Yeah. Yeah, if you missed it, yeah, the
I
in
think
the
we
PTS
are
already.
going to be running out of time.
Yes.
It's account
yes,
wide,
I was
but now
about to say
basically.
that,
Before we start just staring at chat, waiting for a question
Yeah.
we can pick.
yeah,
Watch
the
points.
PTS is there.
But I then wonder
Please
how it
go
works.
there
I mean,
fast. Give
yeah.
us your feedback
We'll
on
just have
Reddit
double
or
check kind of.
Discord. I know that on Discord we don't have
If you're
the
1K,
PTS feedback channel yet.
you make a
gonna be
second
my first
character,
task after
you get
finishing this
200
stream, but go
requisition
there,
point and
give your
also the other
feedback, let us
800.
know what you think, how we can
Or do you only get
improve
200
the
now?
balance, what
that
else
you have to get?
it's important for us to make a good job. I'll make sure that
That's
I'm
really
going to make your voice heard here internally.
Hoping they implemented
Also,
this correct.
don't forget that if you are waiting for the Twitch drops rewards, we are investigating that, but might be a delay on the communication from both ends, but it's not automatically. It can take some time, especially on the platform that you are receiving, so we're looking into that. So yeah, the PTS will be available till Monday, so make sure that you play as much as you can during this weekend. And also don't forget that if you want to wishlist our new DLC Battle for Brooklyn, you can do that through Ubisoft Connect. Battle for Brooklyn and Season 1 from Year 7 will be released on
Why is he out of
May
breath?
27th, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yannick, thank you so much for today. I must confess that I was
Seeing
a
as he
little
said
nervous,
his
but actually
yesterday
it
was his
pretty chill.
birthday, I think he
really
drank a little
appreciate
much.
the heat that I got from the community. Everyone was super welcome, super friendly, and it was a pleasure. Hope I can come back here and we can discuss more.
Except
cool
that guy in chat that keeps getting modded.
Sorry?
That guy is not chill, but that's fine. I will not give a name. Not everybody is nice, but that's okay. We love you anyway. Go play the PTS. Give us your feedback. You have 3 days, so make it count. And let us know what you think. And yeah, we are going to be gearing up for very exciting months ahead of us and a very exciting May 27th with the release of Brooklyn and the season. So a very good start of Year 7.
Awesome. Thank you so much. See you guys around. Stay tuned in. And yeah, till the next one.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You're welcome for watching. Let's remove this silliness. Yeah. So PTS, we know more. That is good. They didn't answer the streamline question, but at least, yeah, we know now the watch points are intended and a reset. So I'll have to spend my current points, and I'm kind of on board for it just being a one-time thing from now on, and just that's no more Watch Alton. Kind of sad to see it go as well, because for me it's but yeah, the thing is as well, it was just the thing that would burn people out. So, and then hopefully we'll see. What they kind of have planned as a balancing thing. Although even just the expertise, like the expertise event and stuff that they did, if they do that, for instance, more often, like double or triple XP for the expertise, that could already like kind of solve expertise at the very least. So no more watch meals, yeah, basically. Not about watch alts. Alternate characters just for storing things and stuff is still there. Update Leo to more. Oh, yeah, but also Dario is likely like exiting that. I totally didn't catch what his name was. I was like, who's Leo? But yeah, that guy did first. I'm gonna guess he's gonna kind of replay because Dario is now like in a different function, right? So. Is that a gear? The thing is that gear rerolls, like unless they're recalibrate, it would need to become recalibration. They would kind of have to rework their system for that. The thing is because currently, if with the current system where we have only the reconfiguration and you have to reroll the entire piece of gear. We're going from like 1 stat on weapons to 3 stats, basically. And then also, one of the things you have currently is like, if you get a coyote, it's going to be, weapon damage, crit chance, crit damage. Does it also account for drops? Because that would suck for any new player because they would get, yellow core, health, skill haste. And now you have to keep re-rolling it to get it the right way. But also if you even get recalibrations for it, that's still technically just 1. But yeah, we'll have to see if they ever do. I also think balancing wise, it would be because for instance, Catharsis full red would be pretty powerful. For instance, same for instance with Sawyer's knee pad. Full red Sawyer's knee pad is actually like way too much. Enough to make me just unbind keys and just stand still because of that, even if I want to try to move. Just I press a button that unbinds my WASDs basically and and forces me to stand still. Like that will be enough of a buff for that. Isn't the watch alt problem? Yeah, basically. Only things we're gonna And with watch alts gone as well, they have to kind of rethink some of the other things. Because currently, the one of the answers that I'm betting they had internally is like, nah, expertise is fine because look at how many people are at max expertise, right? Given a selection, then yeah, that's likely. I wouldn't expect it at all until maybe like at the end of this year again, at the earliest, even if they do, and that's a big if as well. Do account shared materials also? I'm gonna guess not. I wouldn't need to. Because once the watch alts points are account wide, or the watch points are account wide, the scavenging points, that kind of just solves that anyway. How to streamline where do both skills need to be on cooldown or just not used? So actually, yeah. I had the same question. Let's actually answer that. But yeah, I was already starting to work on Streamline. So yeah, with a shield out, does this count as... Oh wait, actually I'm not even on the right weapon. Does this have a indicator anywhere? I mean, I guess it's still just missing that then. But I mean, we can just see it from. I'm on the wrong build for this. Let's just go here. Something. Something non-stacking. What do I have that's non-stacking? I don't want to change character because I mean, it doesn't even really matter what we're using as long as it's consistent. Let's put this at least invulnerable elite so it also doesn't die because I do have unstoppable force. So I do have the modifier on as well. Let's go. Let's actually turn off the modifier. Actually, not Coyote, maybe just Grupo. Doesn't matter. So 708. $513. I'll swap that to shield. Do it 708 or 513. Also, actually, if for instance my hive is deployed, yeah, it's cooldown. It's specifically cooldown. So deployed skill doesn't count. So you just put your hive down. You can still have your revive hive. And you hit 708s. And shield also doesn't. Guys. There's also 6 blue, you get 87, or well 87 from this, 80 from the normal version. You basically get all your red cores back from this. You have a 6-tier blue blue shield. You can still even have your revive hive and still hit the max damage. This is not going into the game like this, is it? Because let's actually do this. Is it that? Yeah, that's the 513. That if something is actually on cooldown. This is a little bit much. Let me catch up here as well. Is actually behind again. I think Dara got a promotion. Yeah, she seems to be in a different position than communications nowadays. There is a okay. When I met him during the defense, you know. Honestly, that's usually not a bad place to start. Just any good combos for rifles with the new mask? I mean, a lot. Rifleman. Oh, you could even have rifleman plus breadbasket, and then like hitting heads or hitting face. You're triggering one or the other, basically. But yeah, no, yes. If nothing else as well, so rifle, what it could work for as well, 1886 could not really reach up to the point of a purple with Determined. That plus behind you as the first shot could likely, well, I mean, definitely can do a purple. Yeah. So for headhunter purposes. So if nothing else, stuff like that. And on that end, yeah, just rifleman killer. Or even just, for instance, for rifles, having steady hand, or not steady hand, stabilize. Well, actually, wait, is stabilize... Is that even a rifle talent? Or is it just SMGs, LMGs, ARs? They should actually add it to Oh yeah, no, of course they don't have stabilize because yeah, they weren't auto back then. They should totally add stabilize to rifles. That would actually be a great talent for rifles. Streamline is kind of ridiculous, yeah. Same for the sticky. If that sticky is 45 detox at 6th tier, that is yeah. So another why not both? Not to be used or on cooldown. It seems to be cooldown. So if I just deploy my hive, so the streamline number is on the crit is 708, right? And then, for instance, if I deconstruct my hive, if I accidentally pick up my hive and then throw it and then deconstruct it, 530, right? But then once my hive is back, it'll take. But yeah, if I deploy a shield or if I deploy my hive, either or, but also not on deployed skills because like that's already weird. Like for even for a turret drone, this is like a really good talent to pick because you're full yellow cores. You're getting a lot out of that 87% and stuff. Like even that is already like a lot. Because you can still have skills as long as it's kind of like the deployed ones, and then it's only like after that in combat. Because yeah, if I deploy my hive, yeah, it's 708. Same for shield. 708. Which is the talent is active number. Also, yeah, this needs an icon on the side of the weapon or something for it, but it's placeholder. So, also, yeah, don't look at the build. It's just for silliness sake. So if you're chameleon buff at all times, well, it comes at the cost of a weapon talent or like the weapon talent. But yeah, it's for the price of it, it's one of the best because all it is just deploy your hive and just put a. Oh no, that would be on cooldown. But yeah, run it with like a shield or something, and yeah. Also, from the season, we're getting skill cooldown. It's especially just don't get your hive used up. Like that's the only thing. Such a class seems to be a good word just to buff the provocate. Yeah, provocator could use some loving. Yeah, and I'm also not too sad about that being tied to that. It'll give us, because there's going to be so much on the 27th anyway. So tying that to be a little bit down the line, giving us something to be excited for, something for us to climax over. I'm not against at all. I'd already guessed that would be the case, and can what is 793? Did I hit 793 at some point? Oh, I don't have that. Although I was running. We might have swapped to health. That's the. Although that would be more than that, I think. Or maybe if the thing was on cooldown and then I hit 7, because that might have been on health. Because I'm running AR. So much power creep. This is beyond like creep almost. Like this is the original Oreo. This is the PTS Oreo that like remember how OP the Oreo final version was? There was a PTS version that was more than even. This just shouldn't go into the game with the stats it has now, because even at like 40 weapon damage, actually, yeah, let's play around with it. So let's take this set of stats, the Lexington with the talents. Let's make this, so let's make this, if stream is, and then we'll do plus whatever's in this field just to visualize it better. So if it is 50, let's say. Oh, yeah. I need these as well. Also, this can go because we're doing that's great 30. Is this number divided by this number? Because even at 50, it will be kind of like, it will be on par with kind of killer, and then it has easier activation than killer. Also, you can have it at the start of a fight. Just copy one of these. Just number divided by. Wait, I'm doing the wrong way around, didn't I? No. So this would still be 19. So I should take this. Let's see what is more of a sensible number for this. Because keep in mind as well, this is on a full red. Like that's actually the because you gain more out of it the lower your weapon damage is. Like on a full blue striker, percentage wise you gain more. Of course, the damage overall, the absolute values are lower, but percentage wise you gain more. I'm gonna guess the way it works with the shield and stuff there, it's basically as long as the skill is specifically not on cooldown. So actually when it's deployed, so same for the blind or for the firefly while it's flying, or for the banshee while it's kind of like doing its effect, that's not on cooldown because those all work the same as the shield. So if the shield works in that way, those will work in that way too. So you can have a shield out and revive hive on another on cooldown and get the 87%. Yeah, you can even just deploy your revive hive and have it at your feet, kind of like descent EMP rooms. So you just do like this, you go into cover, and then, you know, or like you can have your shield out and the hive. And even now, if I get downed, then the hive still picks me up. Then it's on cooldown, of course, once it picks me up, but I still can't even have the hive even. So it's yeah. As we're deployed and cooldown. No, so just cooldown. Cooldown deactivates the thing. Although I think I'm kind of behind when I catch up. It's yeah. Having still no skill, activate the talents. Well, no skill on cooldown. Basically, you just have to have not used. Basically, whenever it's giving, so in the thing of it, well, if you have it turned on where it like shows the number, that's specifically when they are cooldown. So when that's like the graying thing, and then also like if you have cooldown on. Basically, let's check it here as well. With deploy turret and drone. So it's actually they're on cooldown because it was swapping. So I changed some pieces there. So yeah, 5 or 759 is the number. Where's my number now? So, yeah, 759 at least on the armor. So 759 drone ads. 759. We'll put the drone on cooldown 551. So it's only in that cooldown period. Also, we got cooldown reduction through the modifier and such. So, you gotta have that. Yeah. Never to do, but I had all the specialization now. Do you still want to take it now or not? I never took the year 1 pass bundle. Oh, you mean the yeah? No, because that's the one with just lullaby and stuff, right? Or is that something else? Oh, you have the special. Okay, now I get it. Sorry. So, overall, that's the big upgrade that you get from the year 1. But yeah, if you're kind of depends. If you're into the classified missions, can be pretty cool. The first time through, especially, it's a little bit of story. There's some puzzling in there. I like the classifieds. I also just sometimes use them or do them, and I use them as fast travel points. The year 1 thing. Honestly, maybe if you're interested in getting Brooklyn, maybe get the Ultimate Edition of that. But then also that's not going to be on sale for a while. So because the Ultimate we used to go on sale quite often, and then it would be pretty cheap. But now there's going to be a new version of it, right? So, The specialization unlock is still also useful if you make alts and stuff, because, or well, actually no, the unlock is a count-wide now. What am I talking about? That's the points. That's not a count-wide. The unlock is a count-wide, so yeah, that wouldn't matter for that. It's basically, yeah, do you care enough about the classified? The fast travel points are kind of nice. That's about it. The classifieds are worth doing, like, here and there, but it depends kind of on the price and, you know, how much that is actually for you, kind of. Because not the proof kind. Yeah, there was already confirmation. Lexington, White Death, other stuff. It basically, it should read, it does not work with perfect talents instead of named specifically. But yeah, we have a bunch of names, because even before Lexington and stuff, the Mop, White Death, all of those are items that don't have perfect talents, but they have perfect, you know, perfect something else. Did I miss anything else? Divided by T, almost, yeah, kind of. Definitely shouldn't be working with Lexington. No, it should. Like, yeah, it does say it doesn't work with names, but yeah, it should just be reworded to perfect talents, because that's what they're implying. Because, yeah, having perfect talents work in that way. Because you can't also still have Lexington and then, like, bring over a perfect talent from something else to, you know, like, buff it up even more. So it doesn't per se matter, like, that it does work on the weapons that don't have a perfect talent. Yeah, Zimmy said there as well. It comes down also, so yeah, like reducing the Lexi just to only 2% better than the Faust. It's actually less, or like it's around that on the burst, but yeah, it's also a better handler. It's much better on sustain. It is a better weapon, but yeah, just the exclusion of names, because it doesn't need to, basically. Like, as long as it's not the perfect talent, it doesn't need to exclude names. And even more so. The handbasket would be in that list as well. Also the first sight and stuff. Regular mechanic with its backpack. Oh, actually, yeah. Although you wouldn't like completely decimate the rest of your build just to make this work better. That's the deal. So actually, I'm gonna go check in a second what the it has a marker for Brooklyn, but I'm gonna guess it's just gonna pop up with like, no, you dumbass, turn around. If you just wanted wanted it for the watch outs, yeah. But also that's not the only thing that people kind of farm it for as well, of course. There people are still gonna farm it, but also disincentivizing farming now that, especially, you know, you have 5 times experience stuff, because a lot of people felt compelled to just like extract all 1,000 because yeah, you needed it for your watch outs. That's gonna be gone. So because you still get your points, and especially if you've already like are decent, like partially for me, actually, I'm kind of not looking forward to having this many watch points again, because that's basically more than I could realistically ever spend, even recalibrating and reconfiguring and doing all of that kind of stuff, and like expertising stuff. Unless I'm going for like a Habsburg backpack or something, right? Or like a Habsburg pieces, because it'll be interesting. A super unicorn still, that would be like the expertise, and super unicorns are kind of two things they need to address at that point. Expertise level 30, indeed. Where's actually? Oh yeah, also yeah, you get 50 stash space. But yeah, it's more like if you want to have the classifieds, and they're actually useful for like fast travel points. I farm like this zone quite a bit, the West End. Having 2 extra fast travel points here is actually kind of useful for that. And then also doing the classifieds at the start and just, just getting the collectibles out of it and stuff. But it depends on if you care about that kind of stuff. Because they're also kind of puzzle missions. They're not just fighting missions. I mean, they always did already. But now you just get one-time benefit out of it, so it depends on as well what the other events and stuff are. We have to see. Which films are more? Actually, I think Reagan already answered it. Either. Yeah. Exactly, as Reagan said there. They're making accounts, the watch points account wide, basically. So it's shared across all the characters. It's like if I spend the point here, the same point is spent across all the characters. So it's yeah, let's actually so let's play around with this number. So the thing is, even 45, so 45 Optimist, right? But then Optimist at its end. That's already even like too much, because Optimist as well, this gets divided by 2 basically. There's also, although well, the conditionality, right, is a little bit more, but honestly, I feel anything over 40 is too much for this. This last number we're comparing also to this Lexington number. So if we had a Lexington, the talent was 40. That would still be a 15% gain instead of a 30% gain for the 80. That actually makes sense, of course, but it's just exactly dumb. Actually, didn't even need to do that. So yeah. Something's broken here. What's breaking here? Wait, why is this 84 all of a sudden? What? It's comparing to the wrong number. Not that it matters much for there, because it doesn't change anything, man. Does that mean that all of these have this flaw? No, where's this flaw coming from? This is all 56. This is all 56. What was here? One of them shifted. Then maybe I might have copy pasted like a whole line here instead of the. No, that's likely what happened there. But yeah, that was just a percentage read that, so that doesn't matter that much. Yeah, because Lexington should be ahead of that with no talent against the lead, but also both with the talents inactive. Yeah, this thing needs to be like 30 or 40, basically. Because even 30 would put it around measured, basically. 35. Split the difference. 21% increase on or no, 13% increase on the talents. Because yeah, we have to look at that one. But the 87 is, but this is also at grade 30. So if we already take the grading out, that's already like we're up to 15. Actually, yeah, this needs to be 30. Because also if we kind of go like minus 90, so we make it all blue core. So instead of grading this, we go like, although let's do 60. So grade 30 minus 90 from it all being blue cores. Then this is like the top talent and like even beats killer. But also, although wait, is this the same PvP stats? Yeah. One of the things I noticed as well is the holster in PvP stats has the same stats. And healing, self-healing is so much more valuable in like conflict and stuff. Like this is like a go-to there. Because if after a fight, I don't have to pop a med pack and run out of med packs, if I can just, that's also why efficiency gets used. But now you can have basically kind of the healing go to the holster, and then you can have an actual chest talent instead. Because you just do one cover to cover or two, and then you're healed back up to full. So, yeah, let's actually move on to because that's of course. Although actually, let's go see what. Because I'm curious about this. Let's go see what the hell this is. The next thing we'll go for is, of course, the mask. And kind of... where am I going? Wait. Me.
Good to see you. You need a ride?
Oh, okay. But the shop is likely empty then. Yeah, okay. So yeah, there's no... This will eventually then. But also, actually, if this is in the shop, they were wrong about it not... Although it can be for only real money there. Because when I do this... We got the... Wait, why are we going to New York like this? What? Why is that cutscene playing? That's the Wony start cutscene. Okay.
Entering safe area.
It's like, wait, is it gonna... Did they mess up something there? But no, just... Wait, can you currently do that like that and it plays that cutscene? I thought it just teleported you over. But yeah, no sleep till Brooklyn. Although, well, actually, a month of sleeping till Brooklyn.
Safe area detected.
Yeah, let's take again Obly Striker. Let's answer this one, for instance. So I should grab a Lexington. A Lexington. The grading doesn't matter. And then let's take... What do I have there? Measure. Let's take... let's take... Killer. So I should set this up as crit chance. Well, actually, for this, we should actually set it up as crit damage, actually, on the weapon. Well, let's do the... Even though I can actually know the Coyote stats by heart, I want. let's double check it. Make sure we have everything in place. So yeah. Let's go back here. So let's take Lexington. Also, just while we're here, show base damage. 48.7, yeah. Just in case, even in the truncated number, like there was something off, then we would see it already. So base is 130 plus whatever's in this field. And then this one locked. So this one is 51 going to 60. is min 51 plus 10, comma 60. So we have the underlying number in there, and this is then is 141 plus 10. Just and then 20, 90, 0 there, 100% DTA. The rest is all fine. Okay. So that's Coyote. And let's already actually also make the second Coyote. Actually, let's do all three Coyotes, maybe. So this is then not plus 10, plus 25 here. This one is plus 25 here. And not plus 10 here, plus 0. Something like that. Yeah, so that's Koi 15 to 25. Let's just copy this over. 0 to 15. And this is 25 plus. Okay. So SB obli Koi. Oh, I was about to type in SB obli twink instead of think. I don't know where the W came from, but yeah, luckily we didn't. Let me catch up here. So non-perfect streamline 80. Yeah, that is it. It's way too high. Like honestly, the normal should be like 30, and the perfect should be 35. Honestly, we're kind of talking. If we try to talk sense, 87 is like insane. Way too much. Oh, this is. Oh, actually, we're in the. We'll Tinker was supposed to go there actually. Let's do it right actually. Why did I go to the wrong one? Oh, actually, this needs to change that as well. So this is 68. Actually, let's. We want to keep the order we have here. Twinkerer. Just empty that out for later. So also 978, 50. Well, actually on this one, because we're using the same weapon over and over, and I should just do it here. That's what it's literally for. Oh, none of these are going to be actually tied correctly, are they? God damn it. Yeah, screw it then. We'll just do it in here. 978, 50, 195. It's going to be the same for all of them anyway. Actually, yeah, let's empty those fields out, actually. That might break shit later. Because they're all tied to actually those fields, which is annoying, but I'm not going to fix now. Other combines the players with level 28, weapons with players with only proficient, so weapons. Always set to just proficient. How do you mean? They're just not like expertise and stuff isn't getting touched. No consider players using SHD points across multiple characters and that kind of thing. Kind of. Well, the original thing, my original issue with expertise was that it was reusing the same resources we already had available. And watch points by that point was already, or watch Alton was already, you know, a thing that existed. If they had made a completely new resource system for that, kind of, because with optimization we had the same. With optimization, the thing became like, oh, you can just watch alt it, and it was only because the blueprints existed that you could transfer the other resources of watch alts or like watch points to those for profi or for optimization. Like if optimization was separate, it could be a completely different balance of how you get the resources and stuff. That was my original issue with expertise. Instantly was just like, oh, this is the same resources. These are tainted, basically. These are already, you can't, you shouldn't just trust it, basically, at all. That what the player has on those events. And kind of saw the result. But then they just need to rebalance what, like, they're already talking about economy things. Hell, even if you have just 2 events of like 3 times, because already like the 5 times XP, 3 times XP, that translates into watch points. But also maybe if you have just 3 times resources event, right? Any picked up resources and stuff is 3 times, including tactical assessments and stuff like that as an event or something. There's ways around like doing it. They just have to do it as well, because yeah, here I'm just speculating. I was looking forward to seeing what hybrid doors are doing. Just playing around with future as a secondary talent. Yeah, that already. Although just in damage sense as well, I'm going to guess that this is going to be pretty good. So how do we even do this? So let's have multiple. We can already copy this over. Let's already set this to 25. We can copy this over. Let's actually have 3 fields here already set up. So this is going to be think no damage. How? We can take the obli out. Think killer. Let's be think measured. Let's be think kill plus mass. Mass. No idea why we're saying it like that, man. Okay, so we have 2 of those. First of all, oh no, 4 even. So let's take this and put this here. That should work. Yeah. Let's put this in. Let's put a crit chance mod in. On the, although actually, depending on if there's coyotes in the team, you could even like have a weapon on this, because yeah, the talent is shared if it's even like, you know, 2 Lexingtons. And you could have different crit chance setups as well. So if there's no mid-range coyote present at the time, you can have it set up at 60. And then if there's coyote present, you just swap to the secondary, which like has 2 crit damage mods instead or something. All those things can also be interesting with this. Try to get 3 characters to the already before season 7 to maximize my expertise. Well, just in general, watch alting, like up until next month, it'll be there. spend all your points as well before the reset, because yeah, with the new season, they're gonna basically give all the points back. So just make sure you go into the new season on 0 on all the characters. But yeah, you have some time if you really want to now. At the very least, you have fill up for all 4 character slots, and you know, you can even use them for like weekly SHG requisitions. So if we trash here, 57. So yeah, if we triple crit damage here, we can land on perfect 60. Because if you haven't done this yet, if you you can shift up to 3 points of crit chance, basically. So on this 57, we're gonna take instead of taking it on the weapons with 3 5s, we're gonna take it on gear with 3 6s. So we're getting 3, 5 to 6, so 3 points. And seeing as we were on 57, we're on 42 now. So with 3 crit chances on the gear, we're gonna go to exactly 60. And then we're gonna go beyond with the modifier. It is important to set up these correctly. Why am I dropping frames like nobody's business? I'm on 35 frame rate while I'm in the void. Yeah, there it goes again. Up, somewhat up. I'm gonna guess this maybe my system doing something. Maybe some program in the background is updating. So we're on flat 60. We're at a Lexington. What's our crit chance crit damage? It is in fact 6123. Also, so this, even because of we're landing on lower crit damages, the killer is going to be much more. So we're gonna copy this over. So this is plus 70. Do we do a full measured calculation actually here? That's going to be annoying actually. I realize now how we do measured. I want the inters here as well, actually. Where does this start? I should go to this. I should. Let's copy that. So this is that. Now should we just lock this? Or yeah. Yeah, let's go this down then, and then this. Okay. And the Lexington, yeah. So 6123. So that's killer. Killer is 16% here. For the normal. Oh, this is also at 100% headshot because yeah, if we this is the thing. Like if we put it at like 20% headshot, it's 21. But headshot, of course, is kind of feeding into the same pool. But here we'll keep it at 100% headshot. Like this is the worst killer can get anyway. So. So the Lexington cancer was gone for well is only perfect talents are included. Yeah, basically that's what it should be reworded to. So if it goes into the game as is, because yeah, there's also no reason to actually like balancing wise to exclude, you know, Lexington, First Sight, Handbasket, White Death, the Mop, because all of those weapons have kind of the same trait of like it's not the perfect talent, it's a perfect something else, right? Excluding those weapons would just feel weird. Next season, what a disappointment. So yeah, the thing to also kind of see it as is I'm actually like that's an obvious decision to make there to put the mask as the climax thing. Because keep in mind, we're going to get a whole DLC plus a season. There's plenty to play around with. And then like one toy we'll get much later, but then also we'll get excited for that toy, you know. Delayed gratification, basically. But I can totally see like if you saw the mask and went, oh, I really want it, and then yeah, it's the climax thing. But honestly, like from the second that I saw it and kind of remembered that yeah, one of those items is going into the climax mission, it was obvious it's going to be the mask because there would be no like nobody cares too much about the holster, although even the holster is pretty cool, but the mask is of course like the cool thing kind of. Yeah, so what was measured again even, so let's just do it the old-fashioned way. So is this number divided by 1.5. I'll actually wait, how do I do it in the talent thing? It's been a while. Maybe I just do it with the command actually. Is it DPS calc or is it damage calc? DPS. Using that to get myself here. How did I do it in here? Because no, it's actually not the dividing it by is the wrong way, right? It's times like additive version reduction, right? How's this going? So this is, where's this? Is this that? No, where's this? M74, actually no, this is this. So why are two fields here? Not this color. Weird. Likely I was messing around somewhere there. No, wait, so oh, we're doing that, right? Although basically I'm gonna just take this number. This is a striker. 12. I mean, actually, we can just take the whole thing from here. So yeah, 1260. Wait, so what was it? Is this 1260? No, wait, is this the other one? Also, actually, we get plus. This is the plus side still. 873. So no, it's not. Oh, actually, of course, it's. We would have to do it that way as well. 850 times 1.15 minus or plus 0.25. Merger is always an annoying talent. So that's 885, 850. There we go. Oh, that's a FAMAS, of course, over there. What happens if I do 978? What is it? No. 190. 190 there. I'm hitting the same number. It either means I did the same mistake twice or or we're kind of fine. And then what's the first person again? Minus 25 weapon damage right here. So and then so this is here. Minus 25. And then the second part was so this is 850 times the product of 1.15 minus 0.80. 825. Yeah. We're reading the same numbers as there, so that's fine. Okay, and then we gain 30 total. So that's this one is 20 plus 30. Okay. I think as the combined, I just do, yeah, is number. Actually, wait, that's not gonna. No. Why am I blanking on this? We need to just average these at. So. Well, yeah, it's this number plus this number divided by 2. What am I doing? These numbers, we're not percentaging anything here. The division is going to happen before the rest, so we need to bracket this. Divide by 2. That's all we need. Is this number plus this number divided by 2. I broke something. What did I break? Oh. That same bracketing. It's almost as if there's an order to these operations. There we go. That makes more sense. Okay. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. So got 2 Lexus, different crit setups. Around a second is a great idea. Yeah, well, yeah, it's still fine with just the second. But yeah, just having 2 different crit setups like seems like an obvious thing to do. I already do that quite often with like the secondary anyway. But then usually it's like with the AR and the LMG. The thing is, especially ammo becomes a concern. We have double the same, but then the modifier has at tier 5 that we gain infinite ammo basically. So we'll also have to see how that works out. So now we'll officially go into the vault. Yeah, although a lot of people still like enjoy that weapon and just, you know, it still has 70 rounds. It still is like a laser. It just doesn't have the damage in comparison. For myself, I haven't used the Elmo this whole season almost. For the benefit, like just for these big bags, yeah, exactly. A few conditionals, but yeah, if those conditions apply to you, it might be worth to like spend the time here. Is there any reload time decrease for any weapon talent-wise? I mean, you have fast hands, I mean, I think. Or just bypassing it with steady-handed and stuff. Also, actually, just whatever Burnout's talent is, for instance, for ARs and stuff, could be interesting, but because I feel partially like, yeah, double damage kind of cool, but also double like a damage talent and then a utility talent together is likely what I'll go for, but we'll see actually how much this is. So it's okay. Easy comments. Yeah. Well, nowadays as well, I've been using the CTAR quite often. I kind of actually like that thing. It's decent nowadays. Follow Carbon 7 MP first. Although CTAR definitely belongs in that list as well. It's one of the top contenders. Although Carbine 7, now Carbine 7 is just a worse Honey Badger overall. So basically, in all senses, it kind of got a bad rap with, or a bad deal when Honey Badger got its buffs. Let's delete this. Or actually, not all of it, actually. So I might need the rest. But just so it's clear that we're not calculating, but just combining from upstairs. How do I combine these two, actually, as well? I now realize. Because we're going to have this RPM. And we're going to have the average of these two? What? No. Huh? Because actually what we're getting is kind of this percentage and this percentage, right? On top of each other. Although, yeah, basically both effects are happening at the same time, right? So this is literally, this is this RPM. And then, is it literally just both the average damages? And then, although we don't average, well, no, because that would give the average in between it, right? But it's not, it's on top of each other. So the difference between that and the no damage talent and then both average shots. All right. Yeah. So this number is killer minus whatever the actual the no talent version is. I'm not sure I'm doing this right. We'll find out in a second. Let's do it first and then see if it aligns with my bias. Plus this combined minus this number, and then by itself we start with this number plus the product of those two, right? Yeah. Okay. Holy. Although that's when killer is active, of course. As if we take all right, plus whatever's in this field. So if killer isn't active, we're still 4% over the... Although we're... wait, what? Why is it so low? This doesn't make sense. Because measured by... although we're losing the crit damage... This needs to have a damage talent as well, of course. I realize now. Let's also just delete this, just in case we have something carrying over in some way. Because giving up the brand bonus, the talent, would take us down to this. That makes sense. This is 100%. This is then with, on top, 110%. But yeah, we're basically comparing... Yeah, this is dumb of me. Although we can just put killer there. I mean, just to start with, so... And especially with... Although for the killers, especially, the headshot going away kind of makes the number much bigger. It's not as big of a what I kind of thought about it would be. But actually seeing it now, it kind of makes sense because yeah, we're dropping the talent, so we're dropping to like 94%. Then because of killer and measured versus the original coyote. So without the talent active there, then we're crawling back up all the way beyond it to 120%. I mean, this is still a 5% increase over coyote. And coyote doesn't need to be ran by everybody. And then this, especially compared to like just running Grupo or something, when there is enough coyotes. But by itself solo, it's not as big of a deal as I thought it would. But also, if we just take killer, I mean, we're still way ahead. Actually. Oh, that's only when killer is active, of course. So when we like, whoa. I mean, without killer, it's this, right? So we bounce between these two numbers versus the coyote, which is going to be in these three numbers. Although actually no, because you would have both anyway. Yeah, if you have the mask. Yeah. Well, it will be measured without killer. So actually, yeah, so that's why I wanted this. If we have only measured, we're already ahead. Against... Oh, we don't have measured here, of course. Yeah. I need a coyote like with all the talents as well. We'll likely make that, but we'll likely make that in the evening. Let me catch up here. We'll make this one a little bigger. It went with the icon there. I see. Yeah, I came to that conclusion indeed. I was more just like, but yeah, we just take the RPM of, that's the only one that's interact. Well, actually, but that's the only one interacting there, of course. Addictive secondary as the new Coyote. Kind of, yeah. I mean, for OD and stuff, this could be like the go-to. I just watch Elta Dead. What the fuck? Honestly, I'm on board. I'm totally on board for. I enjoy Watch Alts. I have even like put a lot of time in like making builds and gear and stuff at level 30. But I'm also okay. Like I think it's better for the game if they don't. So HD points. Yeah, and either bad. One off part. Well, we're getting them reset as well once. So spend them all because as well here, for instance, in that game, yeah, I have a shit ton of them where I kind of am starved for them at the moment because they're resetting them one time to full. Let's go murder some things with this. Let's just go like play the game for like half an hour and then I need to like jump off and eat and kind of be a human for a little bit, and then we'll come back in here and be the degenerate that we all are. Is this the new gear set? No, that's just Shiny Monkey because yeah, the Shiny Monkey is also the placeholder for the other one. Oh hey, so that's the new placement for Battle for Brooklyn. I actually noticed there. That's kind of good as well. But also, pet peeve already, travel to New York, and this one is called Battle for Brooklyn. Like I kind of get it, but then also make this maybe Warlords of New York and that, or just make it travel to New York and travel to Brooklyn. One being travel to New York and the other being Battle for Brooklyn. Oh, Ken Lee moved here to the modes. Okay. Yeah. The Manning got kind of tinier. Oh, hey, they even moved. They moved the raids together. Interesting. Rescue Dr. Candle in New. Okay, so that's going to be our initial starting. We already know. As that popped up as the objective there. No. As memorabilia? Maybe. I'm like trying to think, is there any use of them then? I'll likely keep some level 30 because the second character on second account is basically like he used to be the world tier 5 character. They still have also like all that junk. So I'll just likely keep it on them and just, you know, in like 3 years time we'll go back and go like, back in my day we used to watch alt. There were these things called watch alts. I named mine Nokia. Just so I could delete him over and over again. Yeah. We'll see how that goes. So hardcore and normal agents watch points will be kept separate. We can check this evening. I might jump in second account. I don't have a hardcore available here. But just because of their watch level being separate, I'm gonna guess they're just gonna be all together. But I'm gonna guess as well, if you lose a hardcore character and you get back to 40 with the next one, whatever you've spent, you don't get like the full amount again because in the same way as the base game, right? Let's just go run into this.
Salt team out of there is your main objective. But There are a few high priority targets we want you
So
to
here as well, I'm not even gonna, I'm not
Major
using
Puck,
thingy yet even.
Roadblock, and Carver.
Oh, actually what I do want, before we come, let's activate this as well. And also, yeah, we get some actives as active. That is like the overdrive of this anyway. Simple and hybrid. I'm just gonna... Oh, okay, I am being shot at.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent down.
Anyway, a bunch of icons there now. But also, yeah, so, yeah, no, we can't be on tier 5 with enough... Because the full red build, it still puts me at 4. So, I was kind of confused by what he was saying. Yannick said, like, oh, yeah, if you have, like, 2, you can be at tier 5 the whole time. No, it looks like tier 5 requires action. It's kind of like overcharging skills.
You're gonna have to do this room by room. We have zero intel on how they're set up on site.
Ways to exploit. We always do. Oh yeah, there's you know other ways to get a lot of resources here and there that we just don't use now. We'll see what that becomes. Also, we'll see if that's even needed in the future because yeah, rebalancing the economy as well. To make sure. Yep. No sleep till travel to Brooklyn is a button instead of. Yeah. Confirm the watch alt 100%. Yeah, on the stream it came up. I think actually it might have even been like he saw my question. I think. But I saw some other people also kind of talking about the watch alt. So. Oh, hey, there we have somebody with a blue thing. So how? Okay, so that gave me half of a blue thing. And half of a yellow thing as well. Also, what? that's a lot of damage. But also, yeah, we have with the modifier on already. So how much do I have? 5% or something? Crit chance extra. Actually, we can see it. The crit chance shows up in here. So 66. Execute all the 66. Good chances. My chances. So you're telling me there is a chance over 60. Wait, where was I in here? You'll know it's kind of unnecessary. Nah, it wasn't needed, especially if you're going to have a level 40 boost. Like you need to address in some way the ability to. And also, yeah, watch else. Thing is, like, it's also always something that needs to be explained because it's not a intended mechanic, right? Basically, so no person will, you know, accidentally discover it, but really, just having to teach it to people is already like not the way you want your game to be, right? Honestly, if we have a choice. I'm totally on board for the watch alt, removing watch alts, basically. Or is that a yesterday, basically? I kind of like it. I've also spent some time doing it and stuff. I've enjoyed my time doing it, but I can also totally see that it's bad for the game, in a real sense. Because also, doing it once, a lot of us are, you know, a little deeper into the game and such, and we're not like farming.
Good work. Continue clearing the building.
We're not farming the watch alts over and over, right? Most of us are now to the point where I want to get rid of base damage. We're doing one here or there. Like that is actually pretty enjoyable because, you know, it goes... Although actually I like the old Wony way also kind of better
Some encrypted chatter in your vicinity.
than like the new one.
Assume they know you're coming.
Oh, now I can activate this all. Okay. But wait, this just then fills up and then I'm at that rank? I don't see it decaying. Or like... What decays it? Wait, so... These guys are spawned before you open the door? Huh. That's oddity. I need the armor. No. Just wondering, 2 weeks ago, level 40 was fine, but when I returned, I'm significantly behind, even having done some of the optimization. Well, I mean, yes, there's of course, like, if somebody else playing it quite a bit. The thing is, though, that it's not too hard to, in any way, to kind of catch up. Especially, you know, in now years, basically. Nowadays, now months, and now years. Because, you know, watch points wise, you can catch up pretty easily. That's just, you know, there's a 3x XP event coming up, so yeah, obvious time to kind of... You can get the 1000 for the watch, you can get the 3000 for the health on top, basically. What did I pick up there? Or was that just no, that enemy wouldn't drop. One of the items there looked weird. That was a different kind of drop. Fix expertise and another system we relied on for all sports. Yeah, that's gonna also be the thing as partially as well. Like, I'm gonna guess on their end, they were like, if expertise comes up, people go like, but plenty of people have done it. So, but then it becomes like, oh yeah, but plenty of people have done it, but in like a sucky way. So, but yeah, they need to address that. And then the other one is super unicorns in some way, preferably. Although super unicorns then also just becomes just go farm it, and you can't just burn resources on it as much. Although you can, of course, still. If you're if you're like 30k like me, yeah, it's gonna be I can spend some resources once the reset happens. Well, they've reduced in the past already. There were also so one of the things they were talking about is maybe cap, because also we've reached 30. So originally when expertise got added, you could go over 30. So some ways were basically double counting. You could go way over 30 expertise level, but it would cap at 30, even if you went higher than 30. And they kind of were talking about cap on it. If then, because that's also the thing, if they maybe like cap it at least at 30, but maybe even lower. Then you don't need to do the full grind. You can do it as a completionist, but maybe like if it's 20, getting to 20 is kind of doable. And then it's just caps. And then the other items is just, you know, you'll proficiency them to be able to grade them. But if you don't like them, you just leave them. Unproficiencyed. No, but they were talking already about some event things as well and such. We'll see what those are in the next season. But as if nothing else as well, they've specifically talked about economy rebalances as well. So I don't think this is the only implementation that they're going to do, but it might not be with this next season. But we'll see. Was by itself as well, just triple XP expertise, like weeks and stuff. If they do them more often, we've already had one, which was well received. It was weird that this season we didn't have one. Just almost to get an extra there and delete it there. Yeah. Although might well just might keep it around for nostalgia's sake. Actually, I might have been an egg. Whatever graphic it had, it was just completely mangled. Yeah, let me catch up here as well. The changes are necessary for long-term plays for sure. Yeah, is it in here and I'm messing around with the mask. I'm basically a measured and killer. So. And also trying to figure out if it's like how it's showing, because the killer is on this, the measured is on this other one. Actually, it's just showing the measured, isn't it? Oh no, it's showing killer there as well. Okay. So what happens when I go into the second part of my... Oh, wait, it's showing killer but not measured, even though this weapon is actually the weapon I'm using is the measured. Because measured normally as well. On the second part of it, it shows a magazine. Yeah, it's gonna be somewhat the go-to. Although actually what I want to try is, for instance, here. Set of damage. What if we go utility? Definitely Future Perfect also sounds like a good idea. But what if we go well, fast sounds good, of course, but you know, I've Gunner. Well, let's take Preservation as well. Although honestly, Palisade would still be like an easier choice. But this would, you know, I don't need to grab a Palisade. But this would also be the cool thing of this. Like, I can go like this, and then, we're gonna go fight something, you know, where I need, although I don't have Killer, for instance, but, you know, I want more damage. I swap this to a Killer. We have Killer, and then I don't have to, like, recalibrate the weapon over and over, because this Lexington, if it had a recalibration can, this would be on like 70 or something already. Going from like measure to killer to flatline to like Future Perfect to whatever and back, and yeah. You know, the 20 expertise cap, yeah, seems like that thing to do, I feel. At the very least 30, like just cap it at 30, then like as we go on, it solves itself. As we get more and more gear, and you know, the cap is like 35 and you have like enough, although that's still, because I feel like 20 or 25 would be much more achievable, because, you know, getting to like 16, 17, 18, well, 17, it's kind of, isn't that hard. That's all of the like normal countdownable items, kind of. Ambassador and Harvest is supposed to work with exotic. The thing is, while this exotic says named, this should just be or perfect talent. So this should just say talents that are exotic or perfect, that are not exotic or perfect. Yeah. Oh, wait, does not apply to talents that include weapon swapping. Actually, unwavering. Wait, was this in the patch text? No, right? Was this in the patch text? Did I completely miss this in the patch text? Wait, is my voice going this high? I am Ikea. Why is my voice suddenly this high? No, okay. Yeah, so I'm not crazy. I mean, I'm crazy, but this is not the reason. Because on the patch notes, no mention of does not apply to talents that include weapon swapping. So yeah, sadly no unwavering, because unwavering would be like a topic SMG. I mean, they didn't per se confirm it as well that works, but it just works. But yeah, it's more. I like initially as well just read it as like named talents more so than names. That's that watch all resources. On main accounts, I've done the whole thing. Always just, I've used up resources and stuff, but I don't have watch alts there. And actually I don't think I've like used much in the form of watch points for it at all either, because I've kept my watch points for the SHG calibrations and stuff that I need quite often. I took a lot of resources here. I miss expertise 29 now, so currently we have 28 and quite a bit. So currently we're on like 28, and it's if it was a clock, we're more than 45 minutes into it basically. And with the items from both the season and the DLC, it's enough to reach 30. So that's why we're now on 30, because we're getting more items than just a season's worth basically. Because there's also 2 ARs. Actually, I'm surprised that didn't come up, or maybe it did and I kind of missed it because I missed a few questions being answered. But there's also 2 ARs in the expertise stables, likely tied to Brooklyn then, of course. Because also the items from Brooklyn, so there's another exotic mask, of course, that is tied to Brooklyn, which we don't get to test here. That's a Brooklyn item. So actually not noticing how these things are decaying. What's making? Because yeah, I'm on max of all the things. Actually, why am I going for loot? Because they're just staying filled in. And to activate the max things. So that seems as well, but we're getting bonuses just from these going up in tier. So we're getting basically, there's the base bonuses that we get. These just going up in the tiers. Or is this then like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then tier 5 is only triggered through this? That makes, although that doesn't make that much sense, right? I'm just going to catch up on chat and let's see if these decay, because yeah, all of them are full. Was then tier 5 only through triggering the links? Because it didn't read like that. So now what the perfect talent choice is. I mean, we can put. I mean, for instance, Glory Days. Does it actually? So. I mean, I'll notice it here. Oh, wait, no, what?
Serious trauma detected.
I mean, Lexington is, we call it recoil free, but it isn't actually. Because, what? Maybe you get the normal talent, even if you do put the perfect in. Because this one definitely shouldn't. I have that one here for the Oxy thing. What would be one that shows on the side, actually? Strained? Or, well, no, not perfect. Because, yeah, we could go for perfect strained with SMGs, but I don't have one at the ready. Let's try this. Because that'll be noticeable. We're using the killer LMG. Have a snipe near secondary. No, that's just normal, right? No, actually, wait, was that normal? No, that's... Oh, that's frenzy on the side, actually, sure. Is it giving normal amounts, or is it giving the normal version? Because that could still also be the case. But no, yes, I was triggering frenzy there. Also, that's what PTSs are for, even if it is actually broken. That's exactly what a PTS is for. You know what? I'm gonna trigger this thing for once. Oh yeah, it keeps refilling my ammo there. Oh wait, now got to be gunner as well. I should have triggered. Oh, that's the okay. So that's the icon for the link. And now the link's on cooldown. And that resets. Oh, that resets all of the things that I have. Okay. So that's how we decay them. But then you just don't use the active. Screw the active. Just have the extra damage and stuff. Hang on, let me catch up for a second. Hey, Mr. Getting there late. Kind of quite bad. Should be fixed. They shouldn't change the wording on it. There's no reason for any of the non-perfect talents to not work with. Or like weapons that don't have a perfect talent for it to not. But yeah, the wording then should be changed too. But also, this isn't like the first time that, you know, the thing says one thing. Yeah, there's more egregious ones anyway. Like Striker is still much more egregious of a error to have in there than this. Then change that, right? No, it still says total 11 damage. Should actually pull up the wrong text guide and see if anything's changed here. Also, actually, for those that maybe missed it, because that definitely wasn't part of the stream and such, blueprints, Backbone, Brutus, Whisper, Lightning Rod, what was it else? Mozambique, both of the Palisades, both of the Backbone we already said, but both of the Langmos. All of those actually are in reconstructed caches now, so yay!
Complete.
Second as well, we grab the new weapon talent and then not use skills. Very nice.
75% complete.
Was amazing when our system caliber damage plus skill. Yeah, exactly. I think that's also what I'll lean towards using it for, just more youth, because it's usually giving up the damage count and then like thing. But here you're kind of giving up and like yeah on Coyote basically and a brand bonus for there. Although the thing is as well, so here I could have just Palisade and then 10 10 from there. And then Coyote, but then the chest. Although actually no, yeah. So that would be just because yeah, no, we would still want the chest. Yeah. Although we could go Palisade Coyote. That's much harder to get things. Because here, yeah, for instance, preservation. Definitely feeling that I'm being preserved. As somebody who loves running Predatory in Division 1, but Predatory also kind of works. Oh yeah, these are just eggs. It's just, it has text in it. Let's see in a second if this shows up in...
It's all 3 priority targets
Down
down for the count.
It's not going to show up in photo mode, right? No. Is that just wingdings? Wait, scope? No, it goes away first. It's just a bunch of icons on it. Resource. Yeah. No, it's just a bunch of the icons. It's pulling from... So I see the scout thing there and the calendar one and like a few other things. But likely can't pull the textures from the eggs. It's just not in this build, of course. But the project is still active. Also, actually, to check, because we should, of course. Can I equip a Strega secondary? Because, yeah, just because it says it doesn't do it, does not, in fact, mean that it doesn't do it. Yeah, that seems like that. Although, well, with the other that weapon damage talent, the streamlined, basically anything with streamlined, because that would be Sadist plus streamlined, honestly. We could also check with Carnage in a second if it actually is carrying over in some way a damage talent like that. Actually, oh, what my at max? So that one's 70. Although I can, yeah, so I can activate that assault link and take myself to 80. Or, well, actually, no, even more, right? 85? Oh, no, we get crit damage from that, right? Yeah, no, that's... Wait, what? 100? Oh, yeah, no, we get, like, also more things than that, right? Because I'm at 110 crit chance. Which,
System restored.
And yeah. Diamondback? What do you mean, Diamondback? Diamond's gone.
Black Tusk appears to have abandoned the location.
Gone, daddy, gone. The love is gone. Okay. Wait, how are we reaching 111? Wait, I haven't. Sorry, we could also get 30 weapon damage, actually. Okay, so yeah, oh, those passive mold, but that's still... There's a frozen bonus multiplied by 4. Ah, okay. Yeah, so that makes the crit chance go insane, of course. 100% crit. But of course the modifier or the hostile modifier is especially against crit. So it's a little depends how often we see that. It's a new hunter puzzle. Yeah, we got to catch some eggs and then we get the bunny hunter. We get the bunny from the search for Holy Grail. We get that bunny. An empty actually kind of useful. I mean, so the thing is, you could always just go to damage talents. Actually, I wasn't paying attention if I saw any marks. Let's go over here. You could just do more damage, basically. And the thing is, yeah, with 2 damage talents, this will outdo Coyote. By quite a bit, especially with the right damage talents. But yeah, I feel overall damage plus utility. Although the thing is, for instance, yeah, preservation, a palisade piece would do similar things as with preservation. You can also get, you know, if you go for headshots, you can get 20%. Get this guy out of here. The markings actually above people's heads. This is actually kind of handy for like patrols and stuff with fog of war. Because you kind of, you kind of see where people are. Kind of with some of the global events is the same. That plus strained or doubling the top half of measured. The thing is though, something like overflowing, like you could also just have strained plus measured. That's the thing. It would only be maybe something because, for instance, frenzy plus fast hands seems like a decent idea as well. Those kind of things. It needs to be like a talent that is so special that you're willing up to kind of give up the other talent for it. In those cases, because otherwise, you just have, you take some of the higher damage ones, like killer and measure together. That's already like gonna beat most other things of shenaniganery. Gonna kill Danny Dark. That could be a T, Also, I've been way behind here. I'm very unhappy about that. Overall, I would say it's an improvement. Like, we got used to it, but it was never per se intended, and it also got overused, and especially like in my cases and stuff, I'm kind of doing them for kind of like fun here and there, but especially if you're grinding it out, it becomes tedious. Is this one? How can I install the PTS? Just on PC. You need to be on. You need to be on PC, and then also, unless somebody can correct me, only if you have bought it through UbiConnect, basically. If you have bought it through Steam or if you've bought it through Epic, at least the last few times that was the case. Somebody earlier was also from Steam and they couldn't install it. I'm guessing that is still the case. And as well, them changing it to the level 40 boost, like, something had to give there for that to exist. As actually, we're gonna give the answer as well, luckily, because I'm way behind. And they talk about blueprints in the BTS stream. If you missed it earlier, so they didn't talk about the exotic blueprints actually and that system, but that's more part of the DLC and stuff, so that's kind of understandable. But some of the missing descent ones are definitely fixed. It didn't have the last season gear set, but I think also they might have removed that just in general, or they might have granted it. No struggle marks. Also, I should try like the other way around.
System back online.
No, okay. The other weapon is measured, so I was just checking if the RPM in some way carried over. So as you go, some carriers. So when our tier goes up from this, does our yellow one there go up? No. There it went up, but that was also the kill on that guy had yellow.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Okay, so that doesn't affect that one. Okay. Hey, they did some testing.
No good.
Oh, so yeah, we need to run this ad.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Access key detected.
Liking the gunner plus preservation there. Oh, proxies can have the things too. Well, yeah, let's get completion here. I know we're getting a bunch of journey things in already. Look, that's some floating pointiness. Okay. Okay, so we're season pass XP is still working as that. So yeah, let's take it back to I need to kind of round it out for the afternoon here. Because I do need to go eat, maybe sleep for an hour as well. So kind of got up, went to bed late, kind of got up way earlier than I started the stream as well. So but yeah, actually, so the blueprint count, because I'm gonna guess. So the gear set and stuff still comes from there. So we're still missing, how much was it? 8? Yeah. And that maybe makes sense. Maybe with the other two weapons from the Brooklyn thing. Well, it kind of depends on if they're in this pool already. They might not be. But yeah, we're missing 8. So 6 of those will likely be the gear sets. Because that's not present here, right? No. So we'll see. But yeah, even just by itself, because even in most of the lists that existed, Mozambique and Lightning Rod weren't even in those. These were just because this was showing 12 out of 12. So it's good to see that they fixed those kind of stuff. Into the UB. If you're not seeing it in UbiConnect, try also restarting UbiConnect. Sometimes it doesn't show up until you like reboot it once, basically. So just quit out and then log back in, and then because if you're on PC and such, it should just be a separate like available game to install, kind of, and then you just install. Changing the optimization cost, not yet, at least not in the PTS by the look of anything. Like, I haven't checked if these chip prices maybe changed. No, these are all the same. Yeah, these are also all the same with the 50 printer per month. So we'll see. Actually, yeah, they're talking about, doing some economy stuff. So we'll see what that becomes. Oh, you have the game from Steam. So yeah, to be clear, people that bought it from Epic or Steam with previous PTSs, they didn't get access to the PTS. So it's kind of annoying, but it seems to be you have to have it owned through UbiConnect, basically, or you have to have it bought through UbiConnect, which is kind of shitty. And I'm surprised they haven't fixed that yet, if that's still the case. But I'm gonna guess from you having that issue that it might be. The drop rate stuff. I mean, the open world emissions, liter drops on them. Or did you or anybody notice it? I usually no. It's the thing. They usually don't touch those kind of things nowadays. Oh yeah, nah. And here as well, usually the drop rates are even higher and stuff because, well, not on this one, but quite often they would hike up the drop rates and stuff in here. But yeah, no, they're not going to touch drop rates of stuff and such. Like, there's no reason to. It will be noticed way too easily, and there would be a shit show for it. At the blueprints. So what I'm hoping, well, no, they were talking about it in the video earlier, so there wasn't even in the stream, but they were talking about getting exotic blueprints to complete your collection and such, or and some wording to that effect. So what I'm hoping it's going to be is some way to, for instance, maybe craft some of the exotics, because especially as well, if you have the option of like crafting, it costs you maybe like 5 exotic components, but you get to craft a memento. So if you go farm for a memento and you get like, 5 Acostas or 4 Acostas and a ninja bike, you can still deconstruct them and get a memento. But also for people like us, or like, more end game people, that would be kind of nice of, I don't need to per se keep an I was about to say Emmeline's Dynasty. Imperial Dynasty or Waveform or something. If I want to test something with them, I can then craft them again, right? So that's what I kind of took away from it, but they haven't kind of actually talked about that system at all. So we'll see what that means actually. But that's kind of what my hope for it will be. We'll see though. In the territory control. I mean that territory control just seemed normal. The mission I was doing earlier as well seemed to, because there isn't much loot solo in a mission. that's always kind of pretty low. Yeah, I already did see that, but yeah, it's missing from here basically. There's also the so which one was it? Not this season, but last season. The gear sets. Or maybe that's the one missing in here, and the other one hasn't been added in here. But no, but that one would be in here because we're getting it from the... Because our refactor is last season, or well, current season basically. What was the season before that? What was last season? Wait, no, refactor was this season, right? What was the season before? Because that was such a long season, I don't even remember the start of it. Breaking Point? Was it Breaking Point? I mean, I think I have Breaking Point, right? Yeah, I have Breaking Point. No, Breaking Point was a season before that, or was it the season, whatever the first Journey season was? Was that Breaking Point? Okay, so maybe then they've given Breaking Point here. Like Breaking Point seems like it's been here forever, but also last season was forever. Well, oh, was it Virtuoso? I feel Virtuoso. Actually, yeah, no, it was Virtuoso. It was after. Yeah, that's the missing one, isn't it? Yeah, okay, Virtuoso. Okay. I was about to say Breaking Point feels like ages ago. Right? Like, yeah, it's Virtuoso. But so they took either that's the one missing here, or that's because we're 20 out of 21. So it's either the current season one or the last season one. Seeing as there's a cache that we're going to get from the Journey that gives us the current season one. I'm going to guess they took out Virtuoso from this pool. So we'll see if they actually grant us it. It's not a big miss anyway, because but yeah, we're 8 off now. So yeah, 6 gear sets, maybe those 2 weapons. Actually, we can see that here. One AR. Oh wait, I don't have actually current season. We're gonna get those from the journey or from season reward. Actually, yeah. So hey, we're gonna get all the way up to max blueprints again, because we're missing 1 AR, and we're missing, what is the other one? SMG, right? And we're not missing SMG. Shit. Well, as well, maybe one of the exotics is in. Yeah, I don't know. Let's go to the battle list here. As you know, the reconfigure is 35 out of 35. Wait, what's the other missing one? Is there missing one gear set there? Oh, it might actually be. No, actually, no, that's a gear set again. So not the branded. And we're also still missing, but at least it's not getting counted, but we're missing the other blueprints still as well, right? Because it was an E-pad, right? Or was it something else? The named knee-pad cloak. Yeah, so we don't have the blueprint for that, but at least it's not getting counted. Yeah. Yeah, let me get you up here. Hello, we want to get this. If you exclude them, all the minimum action damage, which build do you recommend does the most? Once there's an engaging gameplay, in other words. I mean, kind of depends. Like, I like tech tanks. I don't mind giving up damage, but that's still min-maxing. That's just min-maxing in a different direction. It's min-maxing for having just enough firepower and enough survivability. But things like Eclipse and stuff can kind of fit as, but they're also kind of min-maxing. Because min-maxing in general kind of, depends on how you're using the term. Because in general, like even within like purple builds, I still try to min-max. Like we're dropping, what we don't need, we're dropping to the minimum. We're taking, for instance, damage to the maximum. Or for instance, even like on like PFE to the maximum and stuff like that. So,
Nice doing business with you.
But yeah, for instance, tech tanks are one of my preferred builds. The Hunter's Fury in general is one that I kind of enjoy as well. But I kind of do like that kind of, little bit chunky, a little bit of damage kind of gameplay. If nothing else as well, I'm not sure if you are familiar with it, but I'll link to the recommended build list. Actually, I did like that. Because big parts of the recommended build list is actually a kind of builds that I enjoy. For instance, as well, combat medics and stuff are kind of in that thing as well. Let me catch up on these last things, and then we're actually also in the background. I'm going to already start looking for somebody to raid on the Twitch end, because we're going to run that in a minute or two. Let me already pick someone. And then actually, let's go with... let's go with... Because I haven't raided them in forever, so... We'll go with Sharky in a second. Unless they're finishing as well or something. But no, they seem to be in a Morozova fight, so that still likely goes for a bit. Indeed, that's if it is for a group. Eclipse is like a good way to. I enjoy that as well as a shake up of like not even playing shooter. Kind of you're playing a fire mage, basically. No, I know. Have a look through the recommended list, because there's a bunch of builds in there that don't per se fit a meta, but they fit playstyles kind of. Okay. Oh wait, so there is a way for Steam people to install it then? Is that what I'm getting from that? Clowns will eat me. Yep. Not the clowns. I'd rather have the bees. And then just rebuild it later and yeah. Because I think the season before that was Breakpoint. We have Breakpoint, but we don't have Virtuoso there anymore, but it's also not counting as one. But it is missing in action, basically. Are we releasing at the same time? 27th of May, both at the same time. A new season and a new thing. Because as well, for instance, those that are kind of on the fence of buying the DLC maybe or something, you still have the season to kind of play through. And then if you're like, hey, I want even more, then you go to the DLC. Like in the Tinkerman stuff. This thing I don't want into the range. This season modifiers are chance better than this season at the moment. Not having any movement speed. I'm uninstalling that. This. Well, I wouldn't say per se better. I think overall current season as well is like very popular. This seems pretty workable. Definitely, I kind of like some of the choices they've made here of. Especially some of the hostile modifiers and stuff, and how they will work. But also we kind of have to run into them more than I have so far. But we'll play around with all of those things in a little bit as we'll round it out here. But the mask is actually pretty interesting. It does kind of suck that it is tied to the master mission or the climax mission. Also, I like the flavor text here. Tinker, why not both? Why not, indeed. And yeah, there's going to be some fun combinations to kind of do with these, but also just full on damage. Yeah, this thing is quite effective to a degree that might be even too effective, but I'm not against it because it also comes kind of at a price of, you know, that second talent. And also maybe it'll actually push some people to have some utility talents, because honestly, some of the utility talents are kind of worth it. Because honestly, for me, I feel I'm likely going to go in the end killer fast hands. Like, honestly, I miss fast hands. I don't run it that much anymore since like measured and killers upgrades. And I likely will go back to that. Yeah, let's catch up. It's possible but that's just it might work. Okay. Yeah, I was also, they were saying like already installing it. I caught that part, so I thought they had it fixed. But we'll see. I could actually try on second account. I have it bought through Stream basically there, so. Although I also have it bought through Uconnect because I bought the Ultimate Edition at some point through Steam for the year one pass and stuff. From the start of it'll give us something to look forward to, right? We will have plenty of toys at the start of the DLC, because also there's the other mask, right? There's the other exotic mask that we're gonna get. So we'll have that one to play with, and the exotic holster, and the Pakan, and the gear set, and the brand set, and all of those things. And then later on, we'll get this mask again. Yeah, let's round it out there. I'm gonna send everybody over to Sharky, who's doing seems Iron Horse. Oh, they might be actually all grouped together, maybe even. Gonna guess it's some speeds. And yeah, I'll be back in a few hours. Actually, I was about to say tomorrow, but no, I'll be back in a few hours. We didn't do too much testing yet. With a lot of yapping, not too much testing this evening. Yeah, definitely want to kind of crunch a few things. What does this thing mean? What does the Pakan do? What does the Tinkerer mask actually mean? What does the Pakan do and stuff like that? So yeah, we'll kind of figure all that out and kind of slap some numbers on it. But yeah, that's for this evening. Enough yapping for me. I'm gonna start this raid on Sharky. I already see Toasty and such are in there as well. So it's to friends. And yeah, I'll be back in a few hours. Basically 3 hours. Gonna go eat. Gonna go take a nap. Do some groceries, and I'll be back. But for now, enjoy some Sharky. I'll be back in the evening. And as always, have a good night. Oh, well, day. It's not night. It's weird. I haven't done an afternoon in forever. Have a good day.
Agent, good to be seeing you. Thanks for your business.